Semarang Hotel on October 10, 2024. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to the Excellency GTK Paut Dikmas Kemdikbud, Mrs. Sri Lestari Yuniarti MED, Mrs. Asi Priyamsari, Mr. Indro Wiarno. Welcome to this event. To the honorable and esteemed speakers, there is Dr. Monirah Munawar, SPI MPD from Universitas PGRI Semarang, Dr. Rebecca Jane Eldre from Hero International School, Thailand, Dr. Jainatul Halida Jaidin from Sultan Hasanah Bolkiah Institute of Education, University of Brunei Darussalam, Dr. Fatin Aliana Muhammad Ratsi from University Technology Mara, Malaysia, Professor Dr. Sunadi MSc from Universitas Blas Maret, Indonesia, Mrs. Melissa Bartolome from Philippine Norma University, Philippines, Mrs. Monica Pelokova BC from Kindergarten Mosnek, Slovakia. And of course, our distinguished guests and all participants who join us today, both in person and online. Well, my name is Rihutami Wardoyo. I'll be your master of ceremony of this event. Well, to commence this agenda, I kindly invite everyone to stand up for singing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Thank you. You may please be seated. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special performance prepared by the Early Childhood Education Department. This performance titled Arumpita. So let's give a big round of applause for the Arumpita dance and please enjoy the performance. Please, once again, let's give a big round of applause for the Olympiada dance. All right, so please give a big round of applause for the Olympiada dance, everyone. Thank you so much. So, now the dancer will give the acting speakers and the warm welcome and more. traditional scarf from Indonesia. We call it batik. So it symbolizes a warm welcome for all of the speakers. Thank you so much for beautiful performance. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Arupita dance. Actually, it's consists of words arum. Arum means fragrance and representing joy, and pita refers to ribbons used in children's play. So this dance beautifully illustrates the happiness of children experience while playing with ribbons alongside their friends. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite Dr. Diana SPD MPD, the director of this conference. Please join me in extending a warm welcome, Dr. Diana. Dr. Diana, the stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, buat saya, salam Soli ala Sayyidina Muhammad, Profesor Hiswati, kemudian saya Wahlul Uqdatam, dan Dapur. The Honorable Rector Universitas Negeri Semarang, Profesor Dr. S. Martono, MSc, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Education and Psychology, Professor Dr. Edi Purwanto, and the Honorable Director of Early Childhood Education Teacher and Community Education Indonesia, Minister Education, Ibu Dr. Santi Ambarukni, MPD, the Honorable Head of Department of Early Childhood Education, Dr. Ali Potten, the Honorable Speaker of the Stephen Secret Semarang Early Childhood Research and Education Talk, Dr. Niroh Nawar from University PGRI Semarang, Dr. Rebecca Jane Adderley from Horo International School, Thailand, Professor Melissa Bartolome from Philippines Normal University, Philippines, Dr. Fatin Ariana Mokrazi from University Technology Malaya, Malaysia. And our speaker joined with online Zoom, Professor Dr. Sunardi MSc, Universitas Negeri 11 Maret, Indonesia, Dr. Zainul Halida Zaidin from Sultan Hassanal Bolkiah Institute of Education, University Brunei Darussalam, and Monica Polakov BC from Kindergarten Moseno, Slovakia. Thank you for the speaker. And all college from the Minister of Education, Universitas Negeri Semarang, and participant, guests, and I'm honored welcome you in important seminar on inclusive in early childhood education. transforming the party and future agenda. They together explore a topic that is not only timely but essential in shaping the future of education for our younger. As we embark on this journey together, we recognize that inclusion is not more than just policy. It is a commitment ensuring that every child, regardless of their background or ability, can thrive and nurturing and supporting environment. This seminar aims to inspire dialogue, share informative practice, and foster collaboration that will lead to meaningful change in early childhood education. I would like to extend my heartfelt with our esteemed speaker and panelists bring a wealth of knowledge and experience our discussion. Your insight will undoubtedly pave the way of transformative practice and promoting. I want to say that highest appreciation for Minister of Education for giving us all support and facility. Thanks our co-hosts and thanks to all the participants that I cannot mention by name. Finally, I would like to thank all the committee members who have worked hard to make today's seminar success. Hopefully, this decade will bring a lot of inspiration, especially for the sustainable of the implementation of inclusive education in Indonesia. Thank you for your coming. Enjoy in this seminar. Wabillahi taufiq walhidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Diana, for the insightful speech. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now hear the speech from Professor Dr. Edi Purwanto, MSE, the Dean of the Faculty of Education and Psychology, Universitas Negeri Semarang, through video presentations.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Rabbi shrahli sodri wa yassirli amri. Allahumma sholli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Respected Director of Early Childhood Teacher Education, Ibu Dr. Santi Ambarukmi, Chair of the 7th Secret 2024, Ibu Dr. Diana. The Honorable Speaker, Profesor Dr. Sunardi MSc from Universitas Negeri 11 Maret, Indonesia. The Honorable Dr. Fatin Aliana from University Technology Malaysia. The Honorable Dr. Jainatul Halida Jaidin from Sultan Hasanal Bolkiah Institute of Education, University Brunei Darussalam. The Honorable Melissa Bartolom from Philippine Normal University, Philippines. The Honorable Monica Polakova from Kindergarten Mokenok, Slovakia. And last but not least, the Honorable Dr. Munirah Munawar from Universitas PGRI Semarang, Indonesia. All colleagues from the Ministry of Education, UNES, participants, and attendees. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you all to Indonesia, to Semarang, for our international guests. I believe you will enjoy Semarang because Semarang has too many interesting places to visit. Secondly, allow me to congratulate the Department of Early Childhood Teacher Education for surviving the Semarang Childhood Research and Educational Talk Secret. The Pineal Forum was founded in 2012. Above all, I'm thankful for the strong commitment the department has shown to make secret happen every 2 years. Thirdly, and this is the most important, I would like to make this year secret is special. It is special as it's done in conjunction with our university partner, as well as supported by the Directorate of Early Childhood Teacher of the Ministry of Education. On behalf of the Faculty of Education, I deeply thank you to Ibu Director and her team and our colleagues from the ministry for supporting us. Thank you so much and enjoy the talk. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and sincere pleasure that I now invite a distinguished guest to the stage. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to the esteemed guest from GTK PAUD Dikmas Kemdikbud, to Mrs. Tri Lestari Yuniati MPD. The stage is yours.
Purwanto Eden. Seven station. Very deep and Semarang State University. Pak Ali Formen, Chair of Seven Secret Ibu Pardiana, and all colleagues of University Negeri Semarang, Ministry of Education, participant, guests, and attendants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, a best regard from our director, Ibu Santi Ambarukmi, cannot attend to this very important event because she is now in another meeting with our Director General, with other directors within ministry. It is great honor to welcome you to the seventh Secret International Conference on Early Childhood Education hosted by Universitas Negeri Semarang. Today we gather to discuss an essential topic, inclusive in early childhood education, transforming the practice and the future agenda. Inclusive education is not just a policy, it is a fundamental right. It embodies the belief that every child, regardless of their backgrounds or abilities, deserve access to quality education and in an environmental that nurtures and cares for their maximum and meaningful growth and development. This conference provides a vital platform for us to share insights, experience, innovative practices for our early childhood education. And not less important, this forum, I believe, is in line with our agenda of our Ministry of Education to promote and ensures that inclusive education goes and is practiced in our childhood scene. Our ministry recognizes the importance of collaboration among educators, researchers,
and policymakers in creating an inclusive educational framework. By embracing diverse perspectives, we can develop strategies that support every child's unique learning journey. I encourage all participants to engage actively in this discussion, share your expertise, and learn from each other. Together, we can pave the way for a more inclusive future where every child can join. Thank you for being here, and I wish you a fruitful and inspiring conference. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for Mrs. Sri Lestari Yuniati MED. Thank you so much. Now let us take a moment for prayer, which will be led by Mr. Muhammad Nazir Ikami MPD. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya. Di sini izinkanlah kami membawakan doa dalam agama Islam pada Bapak Ibu semuanya yang beragama non-Muslim. Kami persilakan untuk doa sesuai dengan prakteknya. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد سيد الأولين والآخرين وسلم ورضي الله تبارك وتعالى صحابة رسول الله أجمعين الحمد لله رب العالمين حمد الشاكرين حمد الناعمين حتى يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال كريم وعظيم سلطانك يا الله dengan menyebut namamu yang maha pengasih, lagi maha penyayang. Ya Allah, Tuhan semesta alam, pada hari ini kami berkumpul dalam niat yang suci, di dalam acara The Seven Semarang Early Childhood Research and Education Talks. Kami memohon petunjuk dan ridho-Mu, agar ilmu yang kami gali hari ini membawa kebaikan untuk sesama. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, di tengah pembahasan tentang inklusi dalam pendidikan anak usia dini, kami mohonkan hati yang terbuka agar mampu melihat dengan penuh kasih setiap anak, setiap jiwa tanpa terkecuali sebagai anugerah dari-Mu yang berhak menerima cinta, bimbingan, dan pendidikan yang tulus. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, bimbinglah kami agar langkah-langkah yang kami ambil hari ini menyemai masa depan yang lebih baik, membangun masyarakat yang inklusif, di mana setiap anak dapat berkembang dengan potensi terbaiknya. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, jadikanlah acara ini sebagai jalan bagi kami untuk terus belajar dan bertumbuh, inspirasi praktik yang lebih baik, dan membuka agenda masa depan yang depan. Ya Allah, jauhkanlah kami dari kesombongan ilmu, limpahkanlah kami dengan hikmah, dan satukanlah hati kami dalam kebersamaan yang penuh. Subhanaka Allahumma wa bihamdika asyhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik. Sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa baraka wa sallam walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as part of this historic moment, we would like to invite Dr. Ali, Dr. Diana, Mrs. Yuni, and all of the esteemed keynote speakers to come up to the stage because we're going to officially open this conference by striking the gong. So we kindly invite our esteemed keynote speaker and the distinguished guests to take the place on the stage. So let us officially start this international seminar with the gong strike. It symbolizes our spirit of collaboration and innovations. Okay, please remain standing for a moment because we're going to take a picture together. All right, thank you so much. So as part of our official opening, we will not only strike the gong, but also proceed with the signing of the implementation of agreements. So I would like to kindly invite to all of you to come to the place right here to sign the implementation of agreement. So well, this agreement marks our commitment to fostering collaboration in education as well as share knowledge among all participants. All right, so after signing the implementation of agreement, we're going to take picture together. Okay. All right, thank you so much. But I kindly ask you to remain here, and would you mind to move a little bit? Yeah, because we are going to invite our co-host as well to sign the implementation of agreement. So we kindly invite our co-host over there to come up to join us in the stage right here. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, so after signing the implementation of agreement, could you mind together in one line, and then we're going to take a picture together for the group photo of this esteemed guest. Could you mind to closer? Okay, come closer. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Oh, please give big applause for our esteemed guests, everyone. Thank you so much. And for everyone, could you mind to take your seats? Yeah, thank you so much. Oh, okay. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Monirah Munawar, SPEMPD. Dr. Munirah will be delivering the keynote address for this 7th Semarang Early Childhood Research and Education Talk Conference, which entitled Integrating Digital Literacy into Inclusive Early Childhood Learning in Indonesia. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Munirah. The stage is yours.
Dr. Munirah Munawar, SP, MPD, is an associate professor specializing in early childhood education curriculum management expertise. Leadership roles Vice Chancellor I, Indonesian teachers, Association STEAM ECE Research Grant, Team Active Participation Mover School Facilitator Kindergarten, Trainer National Accreditation Board Assessor.
The Honorable, if you need anything, Mas, Assalamualaikum. The Honorable Director of Conference, Secret, 1924, Vienna, the Head of Department of Early Childhood Teacher Education, Universitas Negeri Semarang. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let us thank the God for His blessing. I would like to thank all the expo and audience for being present here today. It is gratifying to note that the agenda of the conference covers a wide range of interesting themes relating to inclusion in early childhood education, transforming the practice and future agenda. And I'm so grateful to be here today to share knowledge about integrating digital literacy into inclusive early childhood learning in Indonesia. Hopefully, all participants will acquire new skill and knowledge from this conference. Allow me to begin my presentation by delivering inclusive education policy in Indonesia based on 6 policies in this slide. But the most highlighted policy is Article 28, Paragraph 2 of the 1945 Constitution, state that everyone has the right to receive facility and special treatment to obtain the same opportunities and benefit in order to achieve equality and justice. Aspect of inclusion. Inclusive learning is a process that helps students overcome barriers that limit their present participation and achievement. As a process, inclusion needs a continuous effort to identify new approaches to address diversity. Present refers to both the location of education and school attendance. Participation refers to the quality of children's learning experiences. Achievement refers to learning outcomes. Inclusive education is now easier because of mobile technology. However, the use of mobile technology in inclusive learning must be balanced with the digital literacy skills, which present to students through online education schemes. Digital literacy is awareness, attitude, and ability to use digital tools and produce digital content, as well as participate significantly in the digital community. There are 9 key components of digital literacy that are very important to be mastered by children so they can be literate in 21st century. Those are social learning, trans literacy, maintaining privacy, managing identity, writing content, organizing and sharing content, reusing content, filtering and selecting content, and self-broadcasting. Dear all participants, being digitally literate has several benefits for children. Those are expand children knowledge and creativity, develop communication skill through text, images, or video, develop problem solving skills. Children know how to find, analyze, and evaluate information online. Develop digital citizenship. Children know how to be good digital citizens. Provide safer online behavior. Children know how to protect their personal information, identify online threats, and avoid cyberbullying. Inclusive community in early childhood can be done by partnership with parents and the community, which can be established through platforms such as CISA and video tools, in which children can easily share the literacy work they do at school, such as photos, text, and videos. And parents can comment and give feedback on the uploaded content. Digital literacy skill, which consists of cognitive, technological, and ethical skills, can lead inclusive classes. Cognitive skills refers to teacher effort to give strategically prepared insight or knowledge which are easily understood by all students. Technological skill refer to how teachers use media to attract students effectively. Ethical skills mean that teacher must guarantee that students behave ethically and honestly, and they do not submit assignment received from the internet. Ladies and gentlemen, the following are some digital literacy activities for children. The first one, educational application. For example, story writing apps, drawing apps, music making apps, comic strip apps, and skill building apps for spelling and handwriting. The second one is digital storytelling. Children use digital tools to tell their story. The next one is online safety. There are a lot of great games to teach children about online safety, as web and safe online surfing. Digital citizenship. It helps children develop an awareness of data security, online etiquette, and cyberbullying. And the last one is online discussion. It helps children learn about communication and collaboration in digital world. In implementing digital literacy curriculum management, there are 6 indicators. Those are digital infrastructure availability, manager and teacher competent on digital literacy, curriculum objective related mastery of basic digital literacy competencies in children, digital literacy implementation in school, digital literacy teaching materials and strategies in school, and parental involvement in curriculum preparation. Digital infrastructure availability includes availability of digital tools and availability laboratory. What is meant by availability of digital tools is school must have digital tools such as computer, laptop, or tablet with internet access to support digital literacy learning in each class. Availability of laboratory means school must have laboratory infrastructure that support offline and online digital literacy for teachers and children. Ladies and gentlemen, all of the following are the competencies of manager and teacher on digital literacy. All of these abilities are crucial for managers and teachers. In this slide, I would like to share curriculum objective related to mastery of basic digital literacy competency in children. One, social networking means curriculum content develop children competencies to be responsible for dealing with other people safely through social media. Manage identity means curriculum content develop children competencies to be responsible for managing the security of their identity. Filter and select content. Curriculum content develop children competencies to filter and content. And share content means curriculum content develop children competencies to create and share content. Children's learning experiences related digital literacy implementation in school are personal productivity. Teacher discuss with children about when, where, how, and why to use the internet for children personal productivity. Direct experiences. Teacher provide direct experiences for children to explore, be creative, and play with digital media. Social interaction. Teacher condition technology as a tool to unify children through social interaction, not individually. Safe content. Teacher discuss internet content that are safe for children to access and let children identify negative behavior when using digital media. And self-protection. Teacher discuss with children how to protect themselves when they are online. Digital literacy teaching material and strategies in school. One, basic competencies that characterize children's ability to self-help. Teachers demonstrate, share, and discuss digital application on and online resources. Online collaboration refers to collaboration in exploring learning material. Critical thinking gives children the opportunity to independently choose and think critically, exploring the cyberspace. Creativity leads to the creative communication is carried out when using technology in classroom, collaborative relationship among the support staff, and the last is evaluation, where teachers evaluate children's achievement of healthy internet skills. Parents are key stakeholders in curriculum development for the inclusion brings in the aspect of democracy and diversity within the curriculum. Therefore, parents should be involved in composing a curriculum that educates healthy internet and digital literacy training that is applicable and has an impact on the family. This part I believe is crucial is about challenges of implementing digital literacy in inclusive early childhood education in Indonesia. The first one, lack of teacher and trainer capacity in using digital technologies that are accessible to students with disabilities. Lack of ICT infrastructure. Not all children have access to digital technology, and not all schools have the infrastructure to accommodate it. That can create a digital divide and hinder children with disabilities to participate in general education. Lack of support from policymakers. Lack of digital literacy frameworks, curriculum guidelines, and practical tools such as manual and training kits. Low connectivity, especially for remote areas. Last but not least is cost. Digital technology is expensive, as not all schools can afford it. Well, that brings me to the end of this presentation. Hopefully, this presentation will provide you useful insight for the implementation of digital literacy in inclusive early childhood education. Thank you for listening. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for Dr. Munirah Munawar for the insightful speech. But please be remain on the stage because sorry, could you mind to remain here? Because we kindly invite Dr. Diana to give black card for Dr. Munirah. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Diana and Dr. Munirah Munawara. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the main event, we will take a 10 minutes coffee break. So we can enjoy this time and the refreshment are available in the front of this building. Okay, please enjoy this time and we will meet again in 10 minutes. Okay, please enjoy the coffee break. So the refreshment, everyone, you can go in front of this building. Sorry, in front of this room because the refreshment is available right there. Oke, ada refreshment Bapak Ibu boleh silakan untuk um, uh, me- ya betul untuk coffee break J. Ada refreshment di depan, silakan Bapak Ibu kita ada 10 menit coffee break. Ya. Tak pernah ku sangka ini terjadi. Kisah cinta yang suci ini. Kau tinggalkan begitu saja. Sekian lama kita berdua. Aku sangka begitu cepat berlalu. Untuk mencari kesombongan diri. Lupa segala yang pernah kau ucapkan. Kau tinggalkan Hilang kasih selagi masih ada waktu, jangan aku rela berpisah demi untuk dirimu. Semoga tercapai sekarang. Tak kusangka itu cepat berlalu untuk mencari kesan. Lupa segala pernah kau ucapkan. Kau tinggalkan ku di atas kejauhan. Selagi masih ada waktu, jangan tinggalkan diri. Aku rela berpisah demi untuk dirimu. Semoga tercapai segala keinginanmu. Selagi masih ada waktu, jangan aku rela berpisah demi untuk dirimu. Semoga tercapai segala keinginanmu. Pak, andai aku boleh Pak. Terlalu indah dilupakan, terlalu sedih dikenang. Setelah aku jauh berjalan dan kau tinggalkan. Betapa aku bersedih mengenang kasih dan sayangmu. Setulus pesanmu tepat
takut engkau kan menunggu. Kau, kau jauh ada raja tak tahu untuk say You never let me go. 'Cause I'm not just okay. Oh, but I had to go. There's so many times I let you down, so many times I play around. I tell you now, they told me a thing. Every place I go, I think of you. Every song I sing, I sing for you. When I come back, I pray you're waiting me. So please, and smile for me. Tell me that you wait for me. Hold me like you never let me go. 'Cause I'm not the chapter. Someone and I'm again. Oh, I had to go. So sweet, so for me. Tell me that you for me. Hold me like you never let me go. 'Cause I'll be chapter. Someone will break again. I had to go. So sweet and smile for me. Tell me that you for me. Hope you like you never let me go. 'Cause I'm I chat when I break again. I had to go. Stop. Let me see what spring is like. Oh, it's your guitar and smile.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, so I hope that you enjoy your coffee break. So right now we are going to move on to our first session of this conference. So our speaker for this session are Mrs. Dr. Rebecca Jane Edere from Hero International School, Thailand, and Mrs. Dr. Jainatul Hadida Jaidin from Sultan Hassan Al Bolkiah Institute of Education, University of Brunei Darussalam will be join us online. So the session will be moderated by Mrs. Rina Windiarti, SPD MED. To Mrs. Windy, the floor is yours.
Dr. Ederle began her career as a primary school teacher in United Kingdom, where she quickly rose through the ranks. As a senior leader, she led teams in literacy and ICT, mentored new teachers, and guided innovative educational initiatives across school. Her journey continued in higher education, where she became a lecturer and researcher at the University of Hull. For almost 10 years, she played a crucial role in shaping future educators, serving as a model leader, program director for postgraduate courses, and admission tutor. Dr. Ederle has also supervised masters and PhD students, leaving a lasting impact on the academic community. 4 years ago, Dr. Ederle relocated to Bangkok, where she continued her work as an early years teacher at Hero International School. Here, she combined her rich experience and passions for inclusive education, fostering a nurturing and supporting environment for young learners.
Oke, cek cek. Ibu bisa mendengar suara saya? Cek. Oke. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Uh, how are you, Ibu Bapak? Mana semangatmu? Oke. Mana suaramu? Oke, baik. Today, I really love to see all of you here coming in our international conference Secret 7th. Ini saya harus pakai bahasa Inggris atau bahasa Indonesia, Ibu, Bapak? Bilingual aja ya. Okay. So today we are privileged to have two outstanding speakers in this session. The first we will have Dr. Rebecca Adderley from UK, but now she's a teacher in Bangkok, Thailand, in international school, right? And later on, we will be joined with Dr. Jainatul Halida Jaidin through the online. So before we start our conference today, there are a few notes we need to consider. That the first, each presenter in this session will have total of 30 minutes for their presentation. And then, Ibu Bapak mohon maaf, there will be no translation. Ya, jadi tidak ada translasi, Ibu Bapak ya, okay. And after both presentation, there will be time for questions and answers. Okay. So, sebelum kita mulai, saya ada satu pantun. Boleh dicakap ya, Bu ya? Oke. Belum. Jalan-jalan pergi ke pantai. Pulangnya jangan lupa beli ceret. Yuk, kita fokus rame-ramai. Dengarkan presentasi di kegiatan Secret. Terima kasih. Now, please give big applause for our first speaker, Dr. Rebecca Adderley, please.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can all hear me. I'm used to holding a microphone, but never mind. My talk this morning is about a project or a learning journey that we've been going through quite recently at the school where I work at Harrow in Bangkok. So to start my presentation, I'll give you a little bit of an overview about Harrow, particularly our early years centre. And then I'm going to think about what our vision is for our early years centre, and then talk a little bit about our curriculum before moving on to the project and showing you some of the photographs and what we've done. But before I move on to that, I just want to look at the title for my presentation and pick out one word within that title, and that's the word inclusive. Oh, it's okay. The word inclusive. Inclusion is a tricky concept, and it means different things to different people. For some people, it might be a response to exclusion, maybe children who don't have the opportunity to go to school or perhaps have been removed from the school for a variety of reasons. For many people, it does surround the discussions around special educational needs and disability. And sometimes it's about communities of children within our schools. So perhaps these communities might revolve around gender, around socioeconomic position, perhaps around religion or culture. For the purposes of this talk, I want to give a very broad definition of inclusion. The Department of Education and Skills in the UK said that inclusion was about the quality of children's experiences in school. It's about how they're helped to learn and achieve and to participate fully in every aspect of school life. And I really like that definition because it is quite dynamic. It's an active definition. It means, I think in my mind, that inclusion occurs at the interface between the child and their school environment, or the child and the people that work within that school environment. So it is happening all the time with all children. So, Harrow Bangkok. For me, Harrow broadly is made up of 4 schools in one. We have an early years centre, we have a primary school, we have a secondary school, and we have a sixth form. So children come to us very, very early at the age of 18 months. And they leave us when they are 18. So we're one of the schools in Bangkok that takes children as early as 18 months. Most schools, international schools, will take children around the ages of 3 or 4 years old. So we're quite special from that point of view. Harrow is an English speaking and English curriculum school, yet all of the pupils that attend Harrow, almost without exception, are Thai first language. So already we have issues related to inclusion because we have English as a second language being used to drive the curriculum. And so when our children come to us, age 18 months, we still need to support dual language of Thai and English because many of them are not competent. Of course, they're not at that age in their home language. So we have to support both languages as we progress through early years. So I work in the Little Lions Early Years Centre. It's Little Lions because the symbol for Harrow is a lion. Youngest age group are the lion cubs or the toddlers, and that's where I'm based. The lion cubs are 18 months to 2.5 years. We then have a pre-nursery, which is 2 to 3 year olds. We have nursery, 3 to 4 year olds, and reception, 4 to 5 year olds. And that is the groups within our early years centre. I work in toddlers, and there are 3 classes within our toddler age group. One of them is a parent toddler class, and 2 of them are toddler only. Our toddlers stay for the morning. They are able to sleep in the afternoon, but our teaching time is the morning. So thinking about my presentation this morning, this is a wonderful quote from Loris Malaguzzi. There are 3 teachers of children: adults, other children, and their physical environment. And it's the physical environment that I'm going to be focusing on when I get to the presenting of our project. So broadly, our vision for the learning environment at Harrow is that it's child-centred. We're following the children's interests and passions, and we're gaining information about those interests and passions through our observations of the children on a day-to-day basis within the classroom. The environment needs to be purposeful, so it needs to provide good, rich learning opportunities. So we're looking to move our children forward to develop their capabilities and capacities. It needs to be consistent. So if you go into any of the classes within our early years setting, there are certain things that will be similar. We have certain requirements. I'll come back to that in a minute when I show you what those different areas might be. But it needs to be consistent and of a good quality. And one of the key ideas that we've brought in with our project is to make the environment more neutral and natural. Now, that does tie in with Reggio Emilia, but we're not calling ourselves a Reggio school. So we're tying into some of those ideas, and that neutral and natural environment is one of those ideas. We also want to create an inviting learning environment. So I mentioned about the neutral and the natural, but also we need that environment to be warm and welcoming and homely. And we do tend to use low-level lighting rather than big overhead lighting to illuminate the room. So they get sort of more lamps and lights, trailing lights around the room to provide that calm atmosphere. When I first started teaching, the early years environments were very, very different. They were vibrant, they were full of colour. And more recently, we've moved towards toning that down because it can act, and research suggests that it can act as a distraction for the children. It can actually hinder their capacity to learn rather than help. So the neutralizing that environment is important. When we began our project, we consulted with an educational consultant from the UK. Her name is Kim Scott, and she attends lots of conferences. She does lots of school visits and presentations. She's quite widely known in the UK. And she presented us with areas that we needed to focus on. We needed well-defined areas within our classroom, and I'll show you some pictures of those in a minute. They need to be well organised and clutter-free. So we're reducing in some way the amount of resources that we're using rather than adding more. So less is more in this situation. We want to promote the children's independence, and there are ways that we can do this. I'll show you in a minute. And we want to promote their independent mark making and their creative thinking. So these are areas of our classroom, and you can see these I would describe as well-defined areas. So we have, I'm going to move a little bit so I can see, there's going to be a book corner in every classroom. There's some opportunities for developing fine motor skills, small world resources, maths resources, a creative area, mark making area, some construction and sensory area within the classroom. Some of those might be combined. So you might have a creative and a mark making area that is combined. There might be loose parts and construction area that is combined. But broadly, walking into our classroom, you will be able to see what those areas are. So going back to my definition of inclusion, the fact that all children need to experience and have help and support to learn and achieve and participate fully within the school. I looked for what were the characteristics of effective learning before beginning this project, because obviously this project needed to lead to a development in their learning. And the statutory framework in the UK, the EYSF, SF, says that there are 3 key components for effective learning. One of those is playing and exploring. So children are engaging with the learning environment. They are not sitting passively. So they're exploring, they're investigating, they're making use of the resources that are available to them. The learning also has to be active. So they are focused, they're concentrating, they're working independently on some occasions rather than with an adult. They are able to problem solve and persevere and keep going when things don't seem to be going right. They also need to be creative and think critically. So they're coming up with new ideas. They're testing out their ideas. They are maybe linking in with previous things that they already know, maybe ideas from home, and they're trying out and using their creativity and their critical thinking. And those areas and characteristics of effective learning tie into our curriculum in the early years. Now, initially, when I first started at Harrow, we used the early years foundation stage curriculum from the UK. But we've recently developed our own bespoke curriculum, which enables us to provide more effectively the learning experiences that we want our children to have. We have 2 core areas in our curriculum. We have the domains, which are our information, knowledge, skills that we want the children to acquire. And then we have the disciplines, which drive the behavioural elements that will help the children to achieve in the domains. The differences with the early years foundation stage document is towards the end of the domains. We've added in some additional curriculum elements. three of them to be precise. One is sustainability. We want our children to become global citizens as well. We want them to learn about sustainability. We've also incorporated digital knowledge and awareness, which, as we've already heard today, is exceptionally important. And we also want to provide them with opportunities to explore their cultural identity, heritage, and the diversity that they might meet in the school and in their community. So those elements we've added in. So the features that drive that gaining of knowledge and the gaining of skills is making sure that their emotional development and well-being is secure. We make sure that we're providing opportunities for curiosity. We're making sure that children feel motivated, and that's very much connected in with what we provide within that environment, whether the children are motivated to explore and investigate. We're thinking about thinking and cognitive development and also creativity. So all of these elements drive the capturing of skills and knowledge in the domains. When we plan to implement that curriculum, we look closely at this pyramid of classroom provision, and we're focusing mostly on the middle two tiers. So at the bottom, we have basic provision. And that is really what you'd expect to see, resources you'd expect to see in an early years classroom. Maybe age appropriate resources as well. When we move up that pyramid to continuous provision, we're thinking more about focusing that provision on observations that we have made, on details that we now know about the children. It's focused in on their interests, on their passions, and it allows them to develop further within those areas. The enhanced provision allows opportunity to explore and investigate further. And it might be connected in with a core text, with a book that we happen to be sharing with the children, or it could be connected in with a topic that we want to explore with the children. So that is the layer above. And the very top of the pyramid, I'm not going to talk about today, but the adult linked provision is if you wanted a particularly targeted intervention with the child. Maybe you want to do some pre-teaching or some catch-up if they haven't understood something. That's the sort of part of the pyramid where that would take place. So my presentation, the main bit, which is about the project, is going to focus on continuous provision initially, and then move on to the enhanced provision. Does it click? Oh, no, it's not clicking. My clicker. Sorry, I just need to click to the next. Oh, okay. Have it. Okay, that's lovely. So at the beginning of this project, we started about 18 months ago, initially under the guidance of this educational consultant called Kim Scott. And she invited us to look at our classrooms in depth, look at those areas of provision and see if there was anything that could be improved or developed. So in order to drive that improvement, we asked two questions. What do I hope that the children might get better at in this area? And what do I need to collect or provide to enable them to do this? So that's something, it's very, very practical start at the beginning of this project, wanting to improve, but asking ourselves those questions as what we need to do to make that improvement. And in my classroom, I wanted to focus initially on the home corner. And later on in the project, I changed my focus from the home corner to the mark making or creative area. So I'm going to start, first of all, by exploring the home corner. So this is my classroom. The pictures that you see on the left of the screen are my classroom. And I started off by looking closely at what was available in that environment. The home corner was well used by the children. And so there wasn't anything problematic particularly about the home corner. But I knew that there were improvements that could be made. And so I asked myself the question, what do I hope that the children will get better at in this area? It's really important, I think, to start with that learning question, because that will drive the changes that you make, rather than starting with what resources have I got and what might they learn from that. So starting with that learning question, what you hope to develop, is important. So these are the things that I wanted the children to develop and improve in this particular environment. I wanted them to improve their imaginative play. I wanted to improve their language and communication. I wanted to improve their fine motor skills. And you think, oh, Becca, these are 18 months children. You know, there's a lot there in this list, but we'll come to that. I wanted to improve their social skills and also improve their understanding of daily routines and sequences. So my next question, what do I need to collect or provide? Well, I wanted to make the home corner more real for the children. I wanted to draw upon their knowledge and understanding of their home environment much more fully and deeply, so that they would recognise things within the home corner that they could use that in a similar way to the ways that they'd observed maybe parents using in their own kitchen at home. So this was not an exercise in expenditure. It was all very easily manageable. So I wanted to include real food packaging. There'd been a lot of plastic food in that home corner previously. And I wanted to maybe remove some of that and replace it with things that they would recognize more. So I wanted real food packages, but also some real foods. So I explored real pasta, some herbs and spices, because that creates as well very much a sensory experience. So children can touch and feel, they can smell, and really investigate and explore those real foods. So I chose to include that. I emptied out the plastic plants and I brought in real plants that they could water. Tying in with their home environment, I wanted to use real bowls that they would see at home. So rather than the general plastic plates that appear in so many early years environments, actually buying the little soup bowls and the condiment bowls that they would use made a real difference. Som Tum, the papaya salad, is really popular in Thailand, and it's made in with a pestle and mortar. And so I bought some of those so they'd recognize that from their home environment. I had cupcake cases, candles, so it tying in with real food and metal spoons. And I also put up photographs of real food that they would be cooked at home. So they've got examples of real food that they could say, oh, today I'm making satay, or today I'm making pad thai. So they had some stimulus there from the photographic point of view. I put a few more areas within the home corner as well. So it became not just a kitchen and a place for them to feed the babies, but also a bedroom. So I collected some bedtime storybooks so they could pretend to read their books to the babies. I had a bathroom area so we could explore routines that they would use at home. So the brushing of teeth, the washing of hands, and I brought in some real soap bottles and toothpaste tubes, etc., from home, so that they could have those within the environment as well. I also wanted to include a dressing up area. I hadn't got that previously, but I didn't want the usual selection of Disney princess outfits. I wanted something that was more open-ended, that they could be more creative with. And I'd noticed in their music lessons, they use scarves. And many of them, when they're given the scarf, they wrap it around their head, they put it around their waist, and or they move it in the air and they become a butterfly or somebody different. And so I put non-costume opportunities for dressing up in the home corner as well, so they could be more creative in their thinking about who they were and what they wanted to be. Finally, in relation to this, I gave them opportunities to use real food from the point of view of being able to chop things like watermelon, etc., within the home corner to prepare food. And also I moved my Play-Doh area very close to the home corner so that they could create food with the Play-Doh and use that as well in the home corner. So lots of different things that made that area so much more enhanced and tied into my areas that I wanted the children to develop. And I just wanted to share with you, this is the completed area here. I've just focused on certain areas. So you can see we have the kitchen area with all of the little jars in the top left-hand corner of lots of different herbs and flowers and condiments and pasta. You can see my little bathroom area in the top right, which has got lots of little pots and creams, empty, of course, but for the children to explore. Below that, in the bottom right, we've got the kitchen area. And you can see the photographs of foods that they might try to make in their kitchen. The one in the middle is the dressing up area. You can see that there are a variety of materials and fabrics and scarves that they could use rather than Disney Princess. And the bottom left photograph is, I suppose, the board that encloses my home corner. So it has a little door going through into that area. So if the children want to use the door, they can. And it did provide different opportunities and amazed me in what the children could do. They were developing their fine motor skills. I noticed children now have got chopsticks and they're moving pasta from one plate to another. There was one lovely example of a little girl last year who had been playing with a magnetic fishing game. And she captured the fish, she put them in a bowl, she took the fish to her kitchen, she cooked the fish, she fed the fish to the babies. And then I had to smile at the end of all of this. She picked up the baby and she took it over to some scales and she shook her head and she said, "Baby, you eat too much." So it was a wonderful process of play, thinking about those routines, those familiar routines from home. And I thought, this is amazing. This has really moved on the language development, the creativity, the opportunities for fine motor skills within that area. So I feel very happy about that. I've just got a short little piece here about other classes in our early years setting. So we're not just a toddlers group, we go all the way through to reception. And we tend to move more towards the more abstract in those areas. So when we're providing opportunities, say for food within the home corner, we might use loose parts instead. So thinking about little gems or pebbles or slices of wood that then they can reappropriate into whatever they want it to be. So if you think about some food toys in early years settings, an egg can just be an egg, an apple or a slice of bread. But if you have these loose parts, they can be anything. And we have a process called Looking for Learning, where we're able to go into each other's classrooms and explore. And when I went into this reception classroom, the children had set up a Japanese restaurant. And they'd got these beautiful fabrics draped over cushions on the floor. They greeted me. They welcomed me into their restaurant. They gave me the menu. They used their mark making skills to record my requests from the menu. They sat me down. They offered me drink, offered me food. All imaginative, super imaginative play. It was wonderful. We also got our parents on board with these notices around schools. So we said, if you have any of these things at home that you're thinking of throwing away or you don't need anymore, we would like them. So the parents know that we're looking out always for real things to put into our early years environment. So secondly, my second area of improvement was the mark making or the creative area. Now, if you look at the photograph on the left of the screen, that little white table tucked away at the back of the classroom, that was my mark making area. And it wasn't well used. There were problems with that. The children did go there occasionally if I put painting activities out, but they had to pass lots of exciting things along the way to get to that mark making area. So again, we took advice from a consultant in the UK called Greg Bottrell, and he said, mark making opportunities need to be central in everything you do and central to your classroom environment to make it important, to build up the importance of mark making and the fact that mark making has a purpose. So what did I hope I wanted the children to get better at? Well, I wanted to develop their fine and gross motor skills. So yes, they're small marks, but also the big marks that you make. I wanted them to become more independent in their mark making. I wanted them to engage with it. Begin to understand that mark making has a purpose and to begin to mark make in other areas of provision. Take what they've learned to other areas. That was more tricky. Oh, there we go. So I set about collecting a whole range of other resources that I thought the children could use. Again, familiar resources, clipboards, notebooks, envelopes, post-it notes, all sorts of things that they can use to make marks or create. And these were the changes. So my classroom is the bottom right. And so the bottom pictures are my classroom, and up the side, the large picture on the top left is one of my colleagues, her classroom. But you can see that I've tried to make lots of these materials available for the children to choose and to use. So there's more variety available there. The children were very unwilling to write on a vertical surface. So I tried to make that more enticing by suspending pens and markers from the top of the board. I surrounded the board with a few lights. And I put a little sand tray as well. You can see in the middle picture at the bottom, a sand tray with a mirror behind it, so they could watch themselves mark make in the sand. So my second point about making mark making central to all areas of provision, I didn't want them to go to just one specific area for their mark making. I wanted it to have a purpose and for them to use it wherever. And so I now put little clipboards or little pots of pencils or crayons and post-it notes in different areas of provision. And I model that with the children. So if I was sitting maybe in the home corner and the children were cooking, and I would say, oh, do we want some tomatoes? We haven't got any tomatoes. let's draw. So I'd be able to draw that. And then we could then use the tomatoes in our cooking. So that prompt always that we can make something with our mark making, we can have a purpose to our mark making. So that was a big change within my classroom. These are other forms within our early years environment in the older age groups. And you can see that the language has changed. I don't know whether there's one of the signs up there, but the language changes a little bit because in toddlers and pre-nursery, we refer to it as mark making. It's like what I would have called emergent writing when I first started teaching. But as we move through into nursery and into reception, it becomes the message centre. And that is central to the classroom. And in those other classes who are beginning their phonics programme, they are tying in again with the view that mark making has a purpose and they're linking. So in order to make the doll speak, I need a passcode. The passcode needs to begin with a G because we've been learning that in phonics. What words do you know that begin with G? And so we're making those links between our emerging languages programme, our phonics programme, and also with their play, and they're using their skills for a purpose. I really like the middle photograph at the bottom. That is a nursery class who were very reluctant to mark make. And this teacher put paper under the desk. And the children loved to crawl under the desk and to draw on the paper on the underneath of the table above them. It was a way of motivating, a way of engaging, a way of drawing in those children. Okay, so our project also didn't just focus on continuous provision. So thinking about those areas of the classroom, we also thought about our enhanced provision. So I mentioned that that was thinking about a book or a topic that you might be exploring and bringing in some items that might help the children to investigate and explore further. So this is a very recent set of photographs from my classroom. We were exploring the book, The Bear Hunt. Some of you may be familiar with The Bear Hunt. And I wanted the children to be excited when they came into the classroom at the beginning of the week. So I put some bear footprints leading from my door to the bear in the cave. So the bear was there. So they were drawn in immediately to that and wanting to investigate and explore why that bear might be there. We read The Bear Hunt, and I also had a sensory tray with lots of materials that resembled the environments in the bear hunt. So when they go on the bear hunt, they go through the swishy grass, they go through the mud, through the water, through the forest and all the sticks, and finally the snow. So I was able to put materials that might help them explore those feelings, the textural feelings of that much more fully. And you can see on the floor mats there in the top left, I've got characters from the bear hunt and the environments. I've also created sensory bottles so the children could explore. We've got water and grass and mud, snow and sticks. But I also created a sensory floor mat. So the children, this bottom right-hand corner has got something that they can walk over, which is very different to just touching. So we have a square with water, a square with grass, a square with mud, and the pom-poms representing the snow. So it's that different feel as you walk over it.
Becky, 5 minutes left.
5 minutes left, let me go. So, go back. And this again led into our mark making. So at different points in the story, we had mark making with the swishy grass, mark making with the cold water going through the water. And the bit they really loved is the squelchy mud. We had big brushes and we squelched our way across the paper. So it's very inviting for the children. I want to finish with a question that actually forms the beginning of my day rather than the end of my day. So when my children come into the classroom and we sing our hello song, and as I send them off into the environment of the classroom, my question to them is always, what adventures are you going to go on today? So everything is an adventure for them. They're going to learn something, they're going to explore, they're going to investigate. It's going to be an adventure. And I quite like to finish my talk with that for you today. So we're going to have an amazing day exploring the work of so many wonderful speakers. So what adventure are we going to go on today? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Beri tepuk tangan boleh? Okay, what a very wonderful presentation from Dr. Ederly. Bapak Ibu, disiapkan pertanyaannya? Ya. Nanti setelah semua presenter akan mempresentasikan, begitu ya. Kita masih ada satu presenter lagi, tapi sebelum itu, I would like to take a moment to summarize some of the key points from her insightful presentation. Jadi tadi Dr. Ederly menekankan bahwa pentingnya bagaimana menciptakan kelas yang mendukung keterampilan, kreativitas, dan kemampuan sosial anak-anak dengan pendekatan yang lebih praktis, begitu ya, dengan tadi kegiatan-kegiatan yang sudah dibuat oleh Dr. Ederly. Kemudian ada konsep continuous provision tadi ya dengan segitiga tadi, yang memungkinkan anak-anak belajar melalui eksplorasi bebas serta penggunaan sumber daya kreatif untuk bekerja.
Yes, that's another very key element of our environment. We don't use worksheets and we use nothing that is pre-prepared in our creative environment. So we would never say, I've made, I don't know, a cat or a horse, and I want you to follow these steps to make one too. And we would never use now any cutouts or shapes or pictures that are photocopied from a book. So when we think about the children's creativity, I might suspend if I wanted to explore animals in the farmyard, and I wanted them to have a go at drawing those, then I might suspend pictures of those animals above the table. I might put small world creatures, farm animals on the table, and then let them explore. You know, look at the colours, look at that. So I know with my 18-month-old children, they're not going to have anything that resembles the cow or the horse, but it's their work, it's their creative talent coming through. So, yeah.
Thank you. So diingat Bapak dan Ibu, ini ada Pak Novan yang saya lihat di sini. Mungkin ada bapak-bapak lagi, bapak guru yang di belakang sana ya. Jadi itu yang perlu ditekankan ke anak-anak bahwa mereka yang melakukan sendiri. Okay? So from this presentation, we are deeply grateful for the rich knowledge she has shared with us today. So let's give her another round of applause for her wonderful contribution. And now we will go to the next speaker, Dr. Jainatul Halida Jadin, who will be joining us today. Dr. Halida, are you there? Okay, before we start, I will read her brief biography. Dr. Jainatul Halida Jadin is a senior assistant professor at the Sultan Hasan al Bolkiah Institute of Education, SHBIE, University Brunei Darussalam. She has held various administrative roles, including Director of the Institute for Leadership, Innovation and Advancements, ILIA, at UBD, and Dean of SHBIE. Dr. Halida's research interests encompass teaching and learning, children's conceptions of learning, and teacher education. Dr. Halida?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, please. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to distinguished guests, fellow educators and participants. It is an honor to be here today at this international seminar to discuss the advancements in literacy and numeracy and also their significance in the digital era of rural education. And thank you, Dr. Rebecca, for sharing insightful and also exciting activities you had with your students and children at your center, the Lion Club. And also, thank you very much, Dr. Diana and your wonderful team for the kind invitation to join this prestigious and also international platform. It's truly an honor to speak about a subject that is so close to all of our hearts, our children. So today, Alhamdulillah, I will be sharing insights into Brunei's commitment to inclusive special education through teachers and also teacher education. So a slightly different perspective from what Dr. Rebecca presented just now. So this is from the perspective of teachers and also teacher preparation. So before we dive in, let me take a moment to introduce our country, Negara Brunei Darussalam. Here, for those of you who may not have been to Brunei or heard very little of it. So here are some information. So we're very small. The size of Brunei is relatively similar to that of Singapore, but the population of Brunei is very small, approximately 400,000 people. And I heard the population of primary school teachers in Indonesia is similar to the whole population of Brunei. That's how small we are in Brunei. And the ethnic groups in Brunei comprise 70% Malays, almost 10% Chinese, and the remaining others. And Alhamdulillah, there's no income tax in Brunei at the moment. And 75% of our country is still pristine rainforest, and we would like to remain it that way. We love our forest so much. So here are some pictures that I borrowed from Google. The pristine rainforest in one of our districts called Temburong District. And this is the water village. And if you have the time to come to Brunei one day, you may want to visit water village. And this is one of the mosques, one of the beautiful mosques that we have in Brunei. It has been featured in one of the World Islamic Architecture books somewhere, yeah. So first off, in regards to our commitment to inclusive special education, we take pride in our vision, which is known as Wawasan Brunei 2035. So by 2035, we hope to accomplish the first goal, that is to have educated and highly skilled people as measured by the highest international standards, and to be recognized in terms of quality of life that is among the top 10 nations in the world. And finally, a dynamic and sustainable economy with income per capita among the top 10 countries in the world. So highly ambitious, but it has to be done if we were to have a sustainable future. And this is one of the pictures that I'd like to borrow again from Google that reflects our appreciation, embracing modernity, but at the same time maintaining our rich cultural heritage and traditions. So with changing society, there's also changing needs. We've grown from just providing basic skills for our children in the country to subject specializations, and now enhancing or introducing the 21st century skills, which include collaboration, knowledge construction, self-regulation, real life problem solving, skilled communication, and the use of ICT learning, which have been introduced earlier in the seminar by our keynote speaker in digital literacy. So in order to support our Brunei Vision 2035, one of the initiatives launched by the government was a new education system. Its code name SPN 21. It's the acronym for Sistem Pendidikan Negara Abad ke-21, and in English, the National Education System for the 21st century. And this system makes provision for several major educational changes over 15 years ago. It was first introduced. And these are the significant changes that happened after the introduction of SPN 21. Which was the structure of the education system, which is now providing different pathways to accommodate various progress made by our children and students, a more balanced curriculum emphasizing assessment for learning in addition to assessment of learning, as well as changes to the technical education in line with the 21st century needs. So we also introduced several educational policies and initiatives to support Wawasan 2035. Alhamdulillah, bilingual education policy, ever since we became independent in 1984. More importantly, the Inclusive Education Order introduced in 1994, followed by Education Order in 2003 and several others, which includes the Literacy and Numeracy Program more recently. So one of the initiatives to support the inclusive special education order is the Model Inclusive Schools project. Brunei has set up centers of excellent services for children to cater for the needs of special needs students across all 4 districts, and selected primary as well as secondary schools to provide examples of inclusive education schools, comprising a total of 9 schools, 5 primary and 4 secondary schools have been involved in the project and equipped with special rooms as well as the necessary facilities. So this is also part of our research to identify what is needed for our children needing special needs, yeah. And the Inclusive Education Order, learners with special needs, under the order, learners with special needs can be educated in regular schools with the support of Special Education Needs Assistance or SENA. And upon a needs assessment, our children are provided with individual educational plans which are tailored to their development and learning needs and may include learning support. IEPs are also provided at the secondary school level, a 5-year pre-vocational program trying to bridge between what happens in school and also what is required in the industries or work-related skills. So in order to close the gap and they can learn the life skills. Okay. So the imperative is for teacher education needing to have a futures orientation. So this has a serious implication on teacher education to realize the national vision. And this demands transformation, which can only be realized through quality teachers. So this means in order to achieve the goal of providing quality education, we need to redefine what it means to have quality teachers, redesign our programs, and also to restructure our institutions. So back in 2009, the Sultan Hassan Al Bolkiah Institute of Education, which is the only teacher training center for Brunei with University Brunei Darussalam. We became a graduate school, and our vision is to achieve and maintain excellence with the following elements of distinction. To have quality students and staff, to provide academic excellence based on evidence and quality programs, as well as research with dynamic disciplinary and interdisciplinary research projects. And our mission is to develop high quality professionals in education and also related areas such as counseling, and pursue a research agenda that informs and disseminates this outcome at both national and international levels. So our main core business, we have 4 units. We have initial teacher preparation, which oversees our flagship program, which is the Master of Teaching. And we have a specialization, which is the inclusive special education specialization that prepares our teachers specializing in special educational needs. We also have graduate professional development programs, and we are very proud to say one of our alumni that undertook Master of Education program is currently making significant contributions to University Negeri Semarang, Ms. Tri Utami. Thank you for continuing this friendship between Shibi and also UNES. We also have continuing professional development program where we offer short bespoke programs for teachers and also those who are interested in partnering with us in terms of professional development, and also school partnership. We would like to maintain very close relationship with schools. We believe it is not possible to close gaps between what happens in theory and also what is actually happening in schools without this very close or significant relationship with schools. So they are our partners where our teacher candidates develop skills and also values that are important to become professional teachers. So in regards to special educational needs, since the 1990s, specifically 1995, the Special Education Unit at the Ministry of Education and UBD, or University Brunei Darussalam, have jointly conducted annual in-service training in special education programs to train regular teachers to be special educational needs assistance teachers. So SENA teachers support regular classroom teachers and set up programs as well as deliver support services. Alhamdulillah, there's at least one SENA teacher available for each school across Brunei. And all education personnel receive training on inclusive education for awareness and also support the school-based team. So they're not working alone. They also have school-based teams to support them. And trainings are also available to enhance collaboration among professionals and members of school-based teams. The importance of literacy and numeracy in the 21st century, and I would like to reiterate our keynote speaker earlier on. These are very important for the foundation of success in today's world. Literacy and numeracy are fundamental skills, of course, that empower individuals to thrive in today's rapidly evolving world. To develop critical thinking and problem solving, as aptly mentioned by and shared by Dr. Rebecca just now, needs to be honed and introduced from the early years to enable critical thinking, effective communication, and the ability to navigate complex information for economic and prosperity as well. But there are challenges to these, and there are challenges facing the traditional teaching methods. Typically, traditional methods often regard that one size fits all. So this is something that we need to change in terms of mindset. There are challenges to access to technology as well. And this does not happen in Indonesia as well, but also to Brunei. Our teachers find it very difficult still to access technology or digital resources for the development of digital literacy. And something we need to change as well and rethink in regards to the curriculum, where we need to incorporate more relevant and also up-to-date contents for the curriculum. So there is an opportunity to leverage technology to enhance learning experiences, to utilize interactive learning platforms, digital platforms to provide engaging content, interactive exercises, and also personalized feedback for our students. To utilize educational apps as well as games to make learning fun and engaging, reinforcing core concepts through play, and also virtual reality and augmented reality. So these are immersive technologies to provide realistic simulations and also virtual experiences that we can take advantage of and enhance understanding as well as retention. And Alhamdulillah, some of our students specializing in inclusive special education have done several studies incorporating these technologies as part of their teaching strategies with their students. So some examples of innovative approaches to literacy instruction, some have been shared by our keynote speaker earlier this morning, with digital storytelling, interactive ebooks, multimedia presentations, as well as online storytelling platforms to enhance engagement, collaborative writing tools, as well as personalized reading programs. In regards to integrating numeracy skills into the curriculum, there are also several strategies. For example, interactive math games, data visualization tools, as well as problem-solving simulations that can be used to develop numeracy skills in this digital era. And also personalized learning and adaptive technology is something that we can use to ensure students develop at their own pace and take learning as bite sizes and I believe one of our speakers will be talking about differentiated learning later on. So we'll get to know more about these personalized learning as well as differentiated learning. So there are technologies such as adaptive learning platforms to tailor learning materials and pace to individual preference and progress, personalized learning paths to allow students to progress at their own pace and explore areas of interest, as well as data-driven insights to provide teachers with real-time data on student progress and learning gaps. So in order to bridge the digital divide for equitable access, perhaps we can provide device access to ensure all students have access to devices and reliable internet connectivity. Something that we are still, how do I say, struggle in terms of providing, but there's always a start, as well as digital literacy training for our teachers. And empowering educators through professional development. So in Brunei, we have the Brunei Darussalam Teacher Academy, working very closely with the university to provide professional development training for our teachers, which includes technology integration training, curriculum development support, and also to develop that collaborative learning communities between schools as well as teacher education institutes. So fostering collaboration and knowledge sharing is very important to support these innovations, and also help teachers refresh and relearn new strategies in order to provide ample support for their students. And finally, allow me to share with all of you some research exercises done by our students at Shabi, specializing in inclusive special education under the themes of literacy and numeracy, where they have used several applications or technologies to support their teaching strategies as well as students' learning. So that's all that I can share with all of you this morning. I hope it has given you some insights into the kind of work that we do in Brunei to support inclusive special education through teacher education as well as teacher preparation. Thank you very much.
Kita beri tepuk tangan. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Hilda, for your presentation. Kalau kita ketahui tadi Ibu, sedikit saya menceritakan, di Brunei itu salah satu negara suaranya kok lirih banget Bu, terkaya, salah
Mungkin
satu.
terkecil ya, mungkin terkecil enggak?
Ya, terkaya. Ternyata juga ada masalah juga dalam hal pendidikan inklusif. Tapi dari apa yang disampaikan Dr. Hilda tadi kalau kita lihat ada milestone ya of inclusive education itu dimulai di tahun 1991 kalau tidak salah, 1994 untuk inclusive education-nya. Kemudian kenapa Brunei kemudian menjadi negara yang juga berbahasa Inggrisnya bagus gitu ya? Karena di tahun 84 itu ada kebijakan untuk bilingual education. Jadi sejak tahun 1984 itu ada kebijakan untuk menggunakan dua bahasa sehingga no wonder gitu ya kalau kita lihat padahal Brunei itu di Kalimantan kan ya, atas gitu maksudnya, bukan di Kalimantan, di atas Indonesia begitu. Tapi bahasa Inggrisnya sangat baik. Kemudian tadi disebutkan juga ada SENA, ada Special Education Needs Assistance yang dimasukkan ke dalam kelas gitu ya, Dr. Hilda tadi menyebutkan. Kemudian kalau IEP tadi mungkin kita sudah mengetahui bersama-sama individual education plan begitu ya, untuk dapat melihat bagaimana perkembangan anak-anak di kelas gitu. Nah, berhubungan dengan berbicara mengenai inklusi, itu di Brunei juga memiliki ada Centers of Excellence Service. Jadi mungkin pusat begitu ya, Dr. Hilda ya, pusat untuk special educational needs problem mungkin ya di sana ya.
So it's one of our projects by the Ministry of Education to set up these centers of excellence within primary as well as secondary schools to provide to the specific needs of children or students attending those schools. So it's to study as well. What is our best practices so we can learn and spread it throughout the country, through all schools in the future, inshallah.
Oke, jadi seperti pusat untuk training, begitu ya, Dokter Hilda ya? Untuk training bisa guru-guru atau anak-anak, begitu ya, Dokter Hilda?
Ya,
Ya.
betul. Jadi melalui pengajarannya, impaknya terhadap pembelajaran juga.
Yes. Oke, thank you. Sedangkan kalau kita bandingkan di Indonesia tadi ada peraturan sebenarnya di Indonesia itu mengenai pendidikan inklusi dimulai di tahun 19 berapa Bu? Tahu nggak Bu? Bapak? 1970 gitu ya, di Indonesia itu sudah ada. Kemudian berkembang lagi di tahun 1991 dan masuk ke dalam kurikulum di 2003 gitu ya. Oke. Itu mungkin rangkuman dari Dokter Hilda. Nah, kita beri tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk Dokter Hilda, Bapak dan Ibu. Terima kasih. Now, it's time for us to have a question and answers. If Bapak Ibu punya pertanyaan, pasti ini banyak nih Bu. Tadi Dr. Rebecca menyebutkan mengenai kegiatan yang ada di sekolah begitu ya. Dan itu sangat menarik sekali gitu ketika membahas mengenai kegiatan yang ada di sekolah. Dan ini banyak Bapak Ibu guru yang di sekolahnya juga mengimplementasikan banyak kegiatan. Begitu ya, mungkin sambil menunggu, ini ada pertanyaan kah? Monggo bisa menggunakan bahasa Inggris atau bahasa Inggris. Oke. Bahasa Inggris, jadi hanya satu pilihan bahasa Inggris. Oke, monggo Ibu silakan. Mau tolong dibantu?
All right, thank you for the opportunity. Good day, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lia, and I'm from Islamic State University of Salatiga, Central Java. So that was great presentation, both of the presenters. So thank you very much. And my question goes to the first presenter, Ibu Dr. Rebecca. Okay, so when we talk about Indonesian context, yeah, I think there are so many barriers or limitations to create the ideal environment, especially for early childhood education. Let's say that for some condition, for some early childhood education school, there is one class consists of more than 25 students, and it is handled by only one teacher with the heterogeneity of characteristic, and there is also the special need child there. So there is also the lack of facilities. So how do you think that how do you think that teacher can handle this situation with this kind of limitations? One teacher should handle more than 25 children in one classroom with a lack of facility. Okay, this is the first questions. And the second one is about teaching English to young learners. I remember the explanation from Ibu Dr. Hilda in Brunei Darussalam when we compare between Brunei and also Indonesia. I think it's different because long time ago, if I'm not mistaken, there is also immersion class and bilingual class, but I think it is not really conducive, yeah, because right now for teacher, especially in early childhood education, it's really hard to learn about English, to teach about English, especially for the children. Do you have the strategy or methods, especially how to teach English to young learners, especially that will make more effective? Because in Indonesia, English is not second language, but this is a foreign language. So that's my point. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mbak Lia. Kita beri plus boleh? Okay. Now, there are two questions. One is for Dr. Rebecca and one for Dr. Hilda, right? Okay, please, Dr. Rebecca.
The first question, you asking me about a single teacher
single
with a large class
Yes,
and
right.
having to respond to the needs of all within
Yes.
that class.
Yes.
Yes, it is very difficult. I mean, I've been asked this before. I think as a teacher, you have, with years of experience, you have what I would refer to as a toolbox. In the experience that you have with children, maybe with special needs, maybe not, you develop strategies and ways of working that enable you to respond to that. Now, I have been in a situation myself as a teacher in the UK. My teaching career started when towards integration. So the school that I started at had what we call a located base. So the children were not fully integrated, children defined as having special needs. They were on my register, but not being taught in my classroom for the main subject. And then all of a sudden, the located base shut, and all of the children, including the ones defined as having special needs, became part of our mainstream classes. And I can remember the worry and the problems initially that it solved, because you've got to have strong structures, you've got to have expertise, you've got to have resources, you've got to have professional development. So you have an understanding about how you're going to work with a diverse range of children within the mainstream setting. And it's not easy. I think looking back, children perhaps presenting with a physical disability are probably the easiest, but these are the ones that maybe have behavioural issues, maybe connected in with autistic spectrum, because a classroom is not a calm environment, which is what they need often. And so it is very problematic and very difficult. And I don't think there's any easy answers to this. We did go down the road in the UK of having additional support within the class, but I absolutely understand that in many contexts that isn't possible because of the expense of having additional adults. But no, it is, I wonder whether I've answered that. From experience, I know where you're coming from, but I say I have no concrete answers to say this is what needs to be done. It is all about experience, about training, about resources, about drawing on the expertise of people in other schools as well. I mean, I've been in situations where I haven't had a full understanding and knowledge about a particular child and their condition. And so I've had to go to other people who have that knowledge and explore and ask for their support. So in a way, we are a community that needs to support each other. Yeah.
Kira-kira terjawab, Bu Lia?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next question will be delivered to Dr. Hilda, please.
Yes, thank you. I agree, totally agree with Dr. Rebecca. There is no one specific answer to that question. A teacher needs to have a repertoire of teaching strategies or a toolbox, so to say, to pick out and collaborate with other teachers in the school. And the support of the school is also much needed in order to manage or provide support for our students and children. When we talk about teaching strategies to introduce a second or third language, such as English, to our children and students, again, there is no specific strategies. But one thing that I notice is to be close to close the gap between what is provided in the textbook and also to the children's interest. We need to know and understand what they're interested in and use that to engage and motivate them to learn this new language that they can use to interact and communicate with others. So for example, at the moment, Our children are very much interested in playing games such as, I don't know, Roblox. So what can we do to use all these technologies to keep them engaged in learning new things or learning new languages? And I like what Dr. Rebecca is doing in her center, providing all of these opportunities to learn not just new concepts, but also perhaps English. The mark making thing, I think it's very important to help our children to transition from written words to real life examples. I think that's very important as well, to move them from the concrete to abstract sort of knowledge. Yeah, I hope that helped answer your question as well.
Okay, Ibu Mia, any comments?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Oke, kita beri plus lagi untuk Dr. Rebecca dan juga Dr. Hilda for the answers. Panitia, kita masih ada waktu satu lagi? Oh, sudah habis. Oke, baik. Baik, so this is the end of the session, the first session. Now, okay, Ibu Bapak, sebelum kita ended this session, we would like to give appreciation for all the presenters. And please, ini siapa yang akan menyampaikan apresiasinya? Bu Diana. Oke, Bu Diana dipersilakan untuk maju ke depan memberikan to give the appreciation for the presenters. Tidak ada? Oke, sambil nunggu Bu Diana, Ibu, Bapak, ini sudah hampir menjelang siang. Apakah sudah lapar? Dokter Hilda tertawa itu. Ya, sambil menunggu Bu Diana. Oke, sudah siap? Oke. Ibu Diana, could you please? Oke, Mbak Tami, silakan Mbak Tami.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much thank you so much, Bu Windy, Mrs. Windy, for the as a moderator. But before we give the merchandise for active attendees, we're going to give a placard or a token of appreciation to our esteemed speaker. Okay, so and after that, we're going to give merchandise for the active attendees. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much for the speakers in this first session, for Dr. Rebecca Jen Edere, and also thank you so much for Dr. Jainatul Halida Jaidin from UBD, Brunei Darussalam. And now we're going to give a merchandise for the attendees as well that has been chosen by the moderator as the active attendee. So the merchandise will be given. Okay.
Oke, sebelum kita ke presenter yang selanjutnya, saya sebenarnya punya pantun satu lagi, boleh ya Bu ya? Pantunnya banyak, baru disiapin tadi. Ke Semarang beli jeruk mandarin, pakai sepatu selen kanan dan kiri. Terima kasih para hadirin. Sesi 1 telah berakhir. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much. Okay, terima kasih Bu Windy and all speaker. Thank you so much, and terima kasih juga untuk Ibu yang telah berpartisipasi aktif dalam sesi pertama ini. Okay, so this merchandise sponsored by Batik Margaria. So Batik Margaria is a well-known that specialize in producing batik. This is a traditional Indonesian textile arts. Jika Bapak Ibu berkenan, tertarik, boleh silakan untuk melihat stand Batik Margaria ada di depan ruangan ini, gitu ya. Alright, so all right, so before we go into the next session, we're going to show the certificate of appreciation for our speaker, for Dr. Halida. Can you please to show this certificate of appreciation for Dr. Halida? All right, thank you so much. I hope that Dr. Halida still join with us. All right. Okay, thank you so much. And yeah, moving on, our next speaker, Professor Dr. Sunardi MSc from Universitas 11 Maret Indonesia, and Dr. Fatin Aliana Muhammad Ratsi from University of Technology Malaya, Mara, Malaysia. Well, the session will be moderated by Mrs. Wulan Adiati, SPD, MPD. To Mrs. Wulan, the floor is yours.
Cek, cek. Jelas suara saya? Sampai ke belakang nggak? Kalau belum sampai ke belakang, saya naikkan 2 oktav lagi. Tidak ya? Oke, sebelum memulai the second session, ada 2 pembicara lagi, by online and also face to face. Tapi saya mau cek ombak dulu. Ngerti cek ombak nggak ya? Kita mau cek ombak dulu ya. Oh, gini-gini ya, bukan. Coba lihat, kita kan duduk di meja bundar ya. Lihat teman kiri kanannya, tengok-tengok. Ya, see your friends beside of you. Do you know him or her? Iya, udah kenalan. Yakin? Oh, berarti udah dekat ya? Udah. Kalau gitu saya mau tes dulu kedekatannya ya. Kalau bahasa Inggrisnya titik apa? Bahasa Inggrisnya titik apa ibu-ibu, bapak-bapak? Dot. Bahasa Inggrisnya garis? Line. Lagi ya, bahasa Inggrisnya titik? Dot. Bahasa Inggrisnya garis? Line. Bahasa Inggrisnya laba-laba? Spider. Pinter. Jadi teman-teman nggak usah khawatir, jago-jago bahasa Inggrisnya ini. Tepuk tangan buat audiens. Oke, kemudian tolong putar sedikit badannya. Kemudian menghadap ke punggung temannya masing-masing gitu ya, karena ini mejanya bundar. Oke. Belum disuruh udah pijet-pijet itu. Sangat ekspresif ya, pengen dipijet banget udah 3 hari lokakarya ini ya. Ya, udah. Punggung sudah di depannya, sudah. Tapi laki-laki perempuan nggak boleh itu ya, pegang-pegangan ya. Udah siap ya? Tadi kan kita bilang titik itu dot, garis itu line, laba-laba itu spider. Sekarang kita mulai ya. Punggung teman tunjuk-tunjuk. Dot, 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 line, line, line. Spider here, spider there, spider Where? Balik, 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 balik. Turn around ya. Jadi temen yang lainnya ngerasain. Kan lumayan ya. Pijet-pijet ke reflection. Siap ya? Siap ya? Tangan mana tangan? Jari telunjuk. Siap? Dot, dot, dot. Line, line, line. Spider here. Spider there. Spider everywhere. Udah. How do you feel? Feel relaxed? Is it feel relaxed? Halo? Halo, halo? 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 Lagi mana sih? Harusnya ngikutin dong. Halo? Hai, gitu kan harusnya. Halo, halo, halo. Halo. Halo, 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 halo. Oke. Udah ya, jangan banyak-banyak. Because our time is so limited. The first session is, more than the time that should be. Jadi, kita tak banyak masa. Kalau bahasa Melayu tuh kita tak banyak masa. So, kita harus directly to the next presenter ya. Oke. Oh ya, sudah kenal saya belum? Belum. Oh ya Allah, kasih. Perkenalkan, nama saya Wulan Adiarti. You can call me Wulan. I am a lecturer at Early Childhood Teacher Education Department from Universitas Negeri Semarang. Okay. And let me be your second moderator for the very, very, very amazing speaker here. Jadi ada satu speaker yang pakai online, itu rekan saya Prof. Sunardi yang sudah siap. Session pertama dengan Prof. Sunardi, kemudian dengan Puan Fatin. Oh, maunya dipanggil Ibu Fatin. Ya, karena menyesuaikan. Kalau di Malaysia kita call by Puan. Puan is a mother, tapi di sini Puan Fatin nak dipanggil Ibu, gitu ya. Yeah, okay. Yeah, wait. Before we start, it's presenter for this session. Maybe not 30 minutes because the time is so limited. It's okay, Puan. Yeah, so only 20 minutes it's enough. You try. Okay, 20 minutes, Prof. Mohon izin, karena waktunya terbatas, apakah bisa sekitar 20 sampai 20 menit, Prof?
Bisa.
Alhamdulillah, Prof. Oke, terima kasih, Prof.
5 menit bisa Mbak Ulan? 5 menit juga bisa. Bukan, 50 menit, baik.
Speaker is Profesor Dr. Sunardi, MSc, from Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia. And Professor Sunardi will talk about differentiated instruction in early childhood education. And he will deliver the speech by online, and here is his CV. Ini nggak ada musiknya background-nya. Oke, kurang lebih seperti ini ya, Prof. Tapi Prof. Sunardi ini sudah...
Curriculum and instruction applied to special education. Master's degrees teaching English to speakers of other languages. Bachelor's degrees, English education from Universitas Kristen Satya Wakana. International expertise earned his master's and doctorate degrees. SUNY Albany experience in diverse educational settings. Global perspective teaching and research teachers across various programs. Undergraduate masters and doctoral engaged in teaching and research. Inclusive education, focus on improving educational practices.
Okay. So, are you ready, Prof? Udah
Yes,
siap?
I am ready. Yeah, Mbak Ulan, I'm ready.
Yes. So please, for minutes, Professor Sunardi.
Baik, thank you very much, Mbak Ulan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to be here. When I was contacted by Mbak Diana to join this seminar, I was very glad because I wanted to go to Semarang to see my bright former students. She was very bright when she became my student, and now Dr. Diana is in UNES. But because of some reasons, I cannot go to Semarang, although Solo is not very far from Semarang. Okay, I am assigned to talk about differentiated learning. Can you help me sharing the PPT operator? Oh, I can share it myself.
Professor, do you want me to? Do you want us to help?
Okay, I can share it myself if I'm allowed to share it.
Okay.
Wait a second. Is it okay? Can you see that?
Yes, tapi boleh dibuat lebih itu nggak, Prof? Full. Nah,
Okay, that way. Thank you very much, Maulan. So once again, thank you very much for this occasion to join programs today about UNES. This is a seminar about inclusive education, but I noticed that most of the participants were from preschool education. So I think it's going to be useful if I give some review about inclusive education a little bit. Yeah. So if you look at the development of special education, the oldest system is separated schools. We call it segregated schools or sekolah luar biasa. So in this system, disabled children will be educated separate from regular children. In Indonesia, we used to have that kind of schools until 1980s, where there were only SLB in Indonesia. We have SLB A for Tunanitra, B for Tunarungu, C for Tunagrahita, D for Tunadaksa, and E for Tunalara. So that what happened in Indonesia until 1985. And then the second system, this is inclusive education. In this system, all children go to the same schools, whatever condition they are. Usually in this kind of system, children are grouped based on ages. So when they are 6 years old, they are in grade 1. When they are 7 years, they're in grade 2, whatever condition, they go to the same school. But in that schools, they are treated differently depending on the condition of the child. Okay, and then the third system is called special inclusive education. That is a flexible placement, flexible grouping, meaning that so if we use the second system, inclusive education, there is no more special schools. Everybody will go to regular schools. But if we use the first system, special education, all disabled will go to separate schools. But in this third system, special inclusive education, there is a flexible placement and flexible options. Some special schools are still needed for those who are severe or profoundly disabled. And those who have no intellectual problems are encouraged to go to regular schools. So this is development of special education. And if we look at the history, it will seem like that the older system is the special education, sekolah segregasi, because there are some critics. One of them is that children do not get appropriate education. So they get education, but not appropriate. Because of that system, then there is integration, I mean streaming. Children go to, if they are without intellectual disability, they go to regular schools. Those who are severe or profound go to special schools. This integration. In Indonesia, we have that since 1984. So there are some students who are included, who are inclusive in Indonesia, but we still have separated schools. And then the movement of inclusive education was started in 1994 with Salamanca Statements. This is a conference for education in Salamanca, Spain, attended by more than 150 representation from all countries in the world. In the Salamanca Statements, it is indicated that all children will go to the same schools. That's why it's called Salamanca Statement on Inclusive Education. And since then, inclusion has become the word movement in education until in 2020, UNESCO, and then beginning from 2007, those two institutions have put inclusive education as the main agenda in education in the world. So right now, United Nations and also UNESCO have emphasized inclusive education all over, and they provide help to different countries in implementing inclusive education. Okay, now we talk about, so the idea of inclusive education. I agree with the statement from Dr. Ederle that actually in inclusive education, is it not less important, but the opportunity. So the most important is that all children have opportunities to learn appropriately, not only placing in some place, but they got appropriate education, whatever place they have. It can be in special schools, it can be in regular schools. So the important is that they get education appropriately. Now, in inclusive education, the practice of educating children between 3 to 5 years old, alongside with their peers that are typical, they are not visible. So we try to integrate them beginning from age 3 and 5 years to study together, to sit together, to live together, to play together with their peers. I quote some results of physical inclusion. So this is the mostly meta-analysis of some research. It is found out that young children with disabilities in inclusive settings had friends who were typical developing. So if they stay in separate schools, they might not have friends with typical development. And another one is that peers also learn compassion and empathy. So inclusive education also give benefits to their peers, non-visible, because they also learn to provide compassion and empathy for their visible peers. And then again, children with higher social emotional skills perform better in inclusive setting. So those who have a higher emotional social skills and they are integrated in inclusive setting, they will perform better that. And another one is also a large number of children with disabilities are accepted by their peers. So it's very important for children. Acceptance by peers is very important. And last finding by Bartlett and Smith, positive outcomes, including reduced autism severity, average IQ, positive rating in reading and behaviors, and then level interaction, and also participation in general education classroom. So these are some of the benefits of inclusive education, as summarized by Barton and Smith in 2016. Still another meta-analysis by Webb within inclusive setting for physical education, there is possible interaction among children with autism with their typical developing peers. So for children who are autism, they usually have problem with communication and interaction, and they develop interaction, and in the communication with their peers. And then also high language scores significantly related to the language skills of their classmates. Yeah. And then also benefit in social interaction again, not only for visible children, but for peers also. Another one, still children with learning disabilities engage in both play and non-play behaviors when there are no teachers. So if there are no adult sport, children have interaction with children, with other children in play and non-play activities. And also increases initiation with immediate peers response. So they initiate response and interaction with their peers. And also another one is gains in higher language skills, also in particular in comprehension. So they understand the language better than those who are not in inclusive setting. So that is the second meta-analysis. Still one more thing. Again, this is meta-analysis by Lawrence Smith and Banerjee. In inclusive setting, there is more likely to engage in peer interaction compared to children in segregated settings. So there are more interaction. And then the second one is that positive impacts on language and literacy outcome. And finally, developing children and have more positive attitude towards children in the classroom. So that is also another benefits of inclusive education. Okay, now we come to what I'm supposed to talk today about differentiate instruction. I think it is not new for all of you teachers, yeah, because and the problem is that in our teacher education programs, we are not trained to teach heterogeneous classroom. Usually we are trained to teach homogeneous classroom with the same materials, the same methodologies, the same situation, etc. Whereas in this inclusive setting, we have to face with children with a variety of conditions. So this is a pedagogical approach in teaching and learning for students with different levels, different interests, and different models of teaching. And it is also a process of matching learning targets, tasks and activities and resources according to the learner's needs, styles, and weights. And it is also curriculum and instruction that systematically takes students' differences, including different needs, etc. So in general, in different instruction, we try to vary teaching activities and materials and curriculum based on students' needs, student styles, learning styles, and rating of students. Rate of learning is actually intellectual ability. That is some definition of integrated instruction, and there is some assumption. The basic assumption of differentiated instruction. Number one, students who are the same age differ in their readiness to learn, in their learning experiences, and in their life circumstances. Well, people say that within the classroom, actually everybody differs. No one is exactly the same. So everybody is unique. So this is the first assumption. Second, differences are significant enough to impact the students' learning. So if they are not treated, that will impact their learning. And also that's why they need the way they learn and the support needed for teachers. And then another assumption, students learn best when connection can be made between interests, experiences, and ability. And finally, teachers attempt to maximize the students' learning. So those are the basic assumption of differentiated learning. And actually, there are a variety of grouping students. I quote Levi in 2008. Teachers can group students by needs, by learning styles, and by interests. But there is also heterogeneous grouping. So in differentiated instruction, we assume that the classroom is so much heterogeneous. So it is a heterogeneous grouping. One technique of differentiated learning is called tiered lessons. The tiering, so it is like of pengelombokan pembedaan ya based on readiness, based on content, process, product, and based on learning styles. So the tiering, the pembedaan can be in assignment, tugas-tugas, in homework, in readings, in materials, or in evaluation. So those are different ways of differing treatment to students based on readiness and learning styles and also content process product of the curriculum. Okay, now these are some tips for teachers. Was one of the important thing is that start with the type of diagnostic of individual students differences. So it's called assessment. Always start with assessment to know the condition before teaching individually. And then also be comfortable with gain and proficiency in the curriculum and beliefs and practices related to systematic issues in the kindergarten, elementary, etc. So these are tips for teachers. And in time management, all students are dressed sufficiently. So I remember Leah's question given to Dr. Rebecca that one teacher faces 20 students, but in this case, all students are addressed sufficiently. So using our experiences, our profession, I think we need to be able to address students sufficiently individually. And then there is enough time for whole classroom teaching and evaluative activities of the lesson. And also there must be regular monitoring of student activity during shift work. And for assess student level understanding, assessment is very important. Continuous assessment, yeah, not only free and last but continuous assessment while teaching. And also provide teacher with relevant information that can be used related to educational instruction. Okay, I read some meta-analysis again, research about differentiation. This is one by Risma, Majolin, and Tang. The use of classroom. So these are three important things in the success of differentiated instruction. The first one is use of classroom organization. So teacher must organize the classroom well. There are some whole classroom teaching, sometimes there are groups teaching, etc. And their use of formative assessment to base instruction. So before start teaching, be sure we know the map of every individual child, their competence and what they have not mastered, so that we can provide appropriate instruction to every child individually. And then the third one, flexible use of time, space, materials, and strategies. So these are the three important things for the success of differentiated instruction. This is again under research. So this is an experiment using cluster randomized design, using 37 classrooms with 33 in the control condition. So these are very large scale research in primary schools, not in kindergarten. Yeah, there are three phases of treatment. The first one, it is for reading classroom. So for reading classroom, exposing students with books, and then differentiate instruction, and finally self-selected enrichment material activities. So it is teaching reading, yeah, and three things. First, expose them with some books, and then differentiate instruction according to the individual differences, and finally, self-selected engagement activities. And the finding is that improve reading fluency, reading comprehension, and student engagement in reading. Okay, one more thing. Again, this is meta-analysis. No, experiment using 115 primary students and different instruction, including flexible grouping, tiered instruction, and then tiered assignment, and then the content, process, and product. And the result is that it reduces classroom diversity and it improves students' reading comprehension attainment. So this research are mostly in reading instruction. So there another meta-analysis by Dang, Small, Jacobson, De Boer, and Dollar. They reviewed 21 articles since 1995, and the result show that there are some small to moderate positive effects of student performance. There are also between or within class homogeneous ability grouping and its effect on low-level ability students. And this is a critique to homogeneous grouping. Yeah, so homogeneous grouping is not effective depending on the differentiated practices in broader context. So it's easier to teach students homogeneously because we teach the same student with the same materials. However, still the effectiveness is depending on also on the differentiated practices in education. Okay, this is my opinion. I think if looking at the differences among students, it is more so differences in fraction in physical education is rather more easily implemented than in high schools level. Why? Because first, the activities are mostly in playful learning activities, not very serious like when they learn academic materials, and the physical curriculum are mostly in some pre-academic and moral education, social interaction, motor activities. So it is not focusing on academic progress. So it must be able to be implemented quite more easily than in high school levels. I think that is my conclusion, Mbak Mulan. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah. Terima kasih Prof. Sunardi. Applause for Professor Sunardi for the insightful of presentation. Kalau saya boleh buat kesimpulan, ya. So if I can conclude from Professor Sunardi, differentiated instructions in early childhood education is kind of a crucial pedagogical approach that address the diverse needs, abilities, and interests of young learners. And the approach highlighted that differentiated instruction not only benefits children with disabilities, but also enhance the overall social, emotional, and academic development of all students in the classroom. It fosters positive peer interactions, encourage empathy, and improves outcomes in areas such as language and literacy. Mau diterjemahkan nggak? Mau ditranslate tak? Ya, saya pakai 3 bahasa sampai-sampai ya. Bahasa Indonesia iya, bahasa Inggris iya, bahasa Melayu pun oke. Oke, dari Profesor Sunardi itu kita dapat pemahaman yang baru ya, bahwa ternyata itu ada juga Salah satu pendekatan pengajaran namanya instruction differentiated instruction. Kalau teman-teman guru PAUD ingat di kurikulum merdeka kita sekarang itu ada pembelajaran berdiferensiasi pernah dengar? Nah, sebetulnya pendekatannya itu secara praktis seperti itu. Jadi pembelajaran yang memungkinkan anak-anak tuh sesuai dengan minat mereka, sesuai dengan kemampuan mereka. Nah, sebetulnya tuh pendekatannya dari situ. Jadi, guru itu mengatur kelas dalam grup-grup kecil. Kalau di PAUD itu kan kita sudah bergrup-grup kecil ya. Iya enggak? Iya apa iya? Halo? Halo, halo? Oh, masih fokus ya, masih fokus. Good. Jadi, antara differentiated instructions dengan pembelajaran berdiferensiasi itu bisa berkorelasi. Jadi dari Prof. Sunardi kita juga bisa mengetahui bahwa pembelajaran yang seharusnya for inclusion specifically itu disesuaikan dengan kebutuhan belajar siswa yang berbeda-beda. Jadi the program, the curriculum itu harus menyesuaikan dengan kebutuhan mereka dan minat mereka. Yang saya tangkap seperti itu. Oke, kurang dan lebihnya mohon maaf. Terima kasih Prof. Sunardi. Prof, mohon izin tunggu sebentar ya Prof, karena nanti ada
Bisa.
question. Iya Prof.
Siap, Mbak.
Oke, kita lanjut ke speaker yang kedua ya. Speaker yang kedua, saya bacakan namanya, adalah, wait, nanti saya takut cakap salah nih. Oke. Mana ini? Oke. Dr. Fatih Aliana binti Muhammad Razi from University Teknologi Mara ya. Jadi bukan University Teknologi Malaya, bukan, tapi University Teknologi Mara from Malaysia, Shah Alam. Betul ya, betul Shah Alam. Oke. Dan she will be deliver a speech about building a positive environmental climate for children with special needs. Oh, mau guna itu. Oke. Puan akan pakai itu. Oke. Sebelumnya kita hantarkan dulu CV-nya. Boleh untuk Dr. Fatin.
Fatin Aliana Mohradzi is a senior lecturer in the Department of Educational Studies, Faculty of Education, University Teknologi Mara. She has 17 years experience in teaching courses such as Sociology of Education, Research Methodology, and Early Childhood Education. She received a PhD in Early Childhood Education from the Ohio State University, United States of America, and a master's degree in Sociology of Education from University Malaya, Malaysia. Being a mother of 3, her research interests include early childhood education, parental involvement, and children in the marginalized group.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Rabbi syrahli sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Allahumma barik lana bima razaqtana. Belum ya? Salah doanya. Preparation awal sudah lapar ya semua, ibu-ibu, bapa-bapa. Sudah. Tapi saya ambil masa sekejap saja ya, just a little bit of your time. To do a sharing of how we, as a community of early childhood educators, can help to create a positive learning environment for our children. Boleh? Yeah.
Boleh.
Jadi, for this reason, I will be doing code switching and code mixing. Sometimes I will be using English, sometimes I will be using, saya cuba bahasa Indonesia ya, tetapi mungkin akan campur juga dengan bahasa Malaysia. Boleh ya? Bisa?
Boleh.
Terima kasih. Okay. Jadi tajuk, so the title of my presentation today, my sharing today is Building a Positive Environment climate for children with special needs. But bagaimana kita boleh membina satu environment yang nyaman, yang asyik itu untuk anak-anak kita ya. So before I start my presentation, allow me to share with you my personal story. So this is actually a picture of my son. His name is Lukman, and he's now 9 years old. It's not that I don't have a better picture of him. This was the picture that he chose. Jadi dia pilih gambar ini untuk sharing dengan semua di sini. Katanya mau ceritakan itu telefon. Sekarangnya semua telefon bimbit, tapi itu dia in awe looking at that public phone. Di Indonesia masih ada public phone? Enggak ada. Di Malaysia masih ada in a few places. So this was the story, the picture that he chose to show. And of course, because I'm a big advocate in allowing children to express themselves freely, so I just agree with this choice, even though I know there's a better picture. Okay. All right. So this boy of mine, he's a very inquisitive child. He loves to talk a lot. He loves to ask questions. And he's very interested in exploring. Yeah, sangat suka eksplorasi, suka bercakap, suka bersembang itu. And then now his interest is looking into insects. Do we call serangga in? Serangga.
Oh, suka.
Yeah, serangga.
Insect.
Jadi sekarang itu minatnya looking into insects. So he will just stay put somewhere and watch the insect move around, learning about its habitat and all that. However, so when he was in school, his teacher would deem this as a disruptive behavior. In a setting where it's too much academic oriented, we fail to appreciate the inquisitive nature of our children. So he used to come back from school crying and asking me whether he could move back to his old school. And I started digging. So saya tanya, kenapa? Why? Why is it that you want to change school? And to my surprise, he told me that his teachers has started to ignore him. And he was put at the table in isolation because to them it's a disruptive behavior to be talking to other peers and to be questioning teachers a lot. Yeah, so imagine me as a mother having witnessed that. It really brought me to tears. And, it got me to reflect. Me as a mother of a typical child also feel that this is a big issue. How about the mothers of children who are special needs? It must be harder for them having a child that cannot interact with other peers. Yeah. So this has brought me into the interest of looking into how can we as early childhood educators and educator in general create a learning environment that is positive and safe for our children to express themselves. So yeah, that brought me into this area, into thinking about, coming out with developing a policy where, of course, how can we integrate this into our mainstream education and make it inclusive to all our children? Sedikit sejarahnya, a little bit of history about Malaysia. I think we also share the similar curriculum. I mean, of course, in Indonesia, you started your inclusive education in the 90s. Ours, we started in the 70s, right? In Indonesia. But in Malaysia, we started around the 90s. And right now, it's also a still developing area. So this is where I come in. So we're trying to develop a policy to help schools in Malaysia have more of an inclusive education setting. Yeah, so it's also still a struggle in our country. But another development that we have in Malaysia, so since 2019, just recently, we come out with this policy, zero reject policy. So what does it mean by zero reject policy? Meaning, in the Malaysian primary school, di sekolah, bukan di tadika lagi, bukan di pendidikan awal usia dini, namun di sekolah. So if it's in primary school, if there is a parent who wanted to register a special needs child, the school cannot reject that registration. So the child will be together in the mainstream classroom and interact together with the typical developing children. So this is where the problem occur when teachers lack of training, how to interact, how to ensure that students who are typical developing interact well with children who are special needs. So this is the current issue that we're also having. And this is where me and my team come in. So we're trying to develop, the best policy in helping teachers in what do you call that? We cannot call it as a problem, but it's a challenge. Yeah. All right. So first of all, let's start with again. I know it's lunchtime, so I'll try to make my presentation as fast as possible. So again, let's start with what does it mean by positive environmental climate. Yeah, so I like to be to make myself clear. So when we're talking about positive environment climate, or a classroom setting that is positive, it's not just about making sure that our class is happy. No, it's also about how do we ensure that all children in our school, regardless the disability, regardless the achievement, can interact together in a safe space, can happily express themselves, and are not afraid to bring out their opinion or any questions that they have. So also it's also about how to ensure that all children in our class feel safe, respected, and capable of learning. So bila kita bicarakan tentang classroom yang positif ini, ianya bukan saja untuk buat anak-anak kita rasa gembira, tetapi juga untuk anak-anak kita itu supaya lebih berani dan boleh mengekspresikan diri mereka. Ya. Okay, next we move on to the key elements of positive climates. They are all together in order to create a positive climate. First is inclusive practice, and then we need to also have an emotional safe space. And then next we can have also culturally sensitive classroom. So when talking about the first point, inclusive practices. Now, inclusion as I say, isn't just about having children with special needs in one class with a typically developing classroom, but also it's about making sure that they have an active learning experience in the class. And I'm not just talking about physical inclusion. I'm also talking about the emotional inclusion, where we make sure that all children in our class feel belong and that they feel that they are valued as much as other children in the class. Yeah, so this is very important. Jadi, so one thing that I usually do in my classroom in order to ensure this belonging, first and foremost, before I start my lecture or before I start my class, usually I will ask them about their favorite food. Because usually when we talk about food, many people will have something in common. Yeah. So when they know that, okay, my peers also like this, I also like the same thing that my peers like. So therefore that creates some kind of what we call a community, belongingness over there. Yeah. And then the second point is creating an emotionally safe space. When we talk about creating safe space, now it's important for us to think it's beyond just the physical. It's also, again, about the emotional part, the ability for the children to express themselves. And then if a child knows that the teacher that sees them, understand that and will work with them, they're more likely to engage, to take risks and grow. So my point here is that how will we as teachers create that relationship with our children? Yeah, if we have a special bond with them, definitely they will feel safe in our classroom. Yeah, so that is very important in having a positive classroom climate. For example, one example that I usually do in my class is that I teach them a little bit of the breathing technique. So let's say if they feel really overwhelmed in my class, sudah merasa stres di dalam kelas saya akan stop sekejap dan kita akan buat activity breathing exercise. Yeah, and also I did teach them a little bit of yoga technique, how to calm themselves down. Yeah, just to help them a little bit. Next is, of course, creating a classroom where it's sensitive to other people's culture. Similar in Indonesia, Malaysia is also a multicultural country. We also have the Chinese, we have the Indians, and we have other ethnic group as well. So it's very important to create a culturally sensitive classroom. So one of the activities that I did with my children usually is reading to them books about other people and other culture. And after that book reading process, we move on into a visual arts process. So I would have them paint their friends' hair, paint their friends' skin color, so that they realize that we are different, but at the same time, we are also same. So this is just for cultural awareness. Yeah. Masih bersama saya semua? Okay. Asyik aman ya. So I think this one, this was already covered by the professor just now. So I can just skip this one. And then the role of teachers and educators, I think we can skip here. So can we proceed to these challenges? Also, I think it's pretty much similar as well. And I skip this. Oh, so this is actually for you to think, but never mind. I know most of you are hungry. And okay, so let's talk about this. Yeah. These are strategies for building a positive classroom climate. So let's move, let's proceed to this title. What are the strategies that we can use in order to build a positive climate? So first is we need to think about physical environment adjustment. Yeah, just like what Rebecca presented just now. So when she first arrived in Thailand, many of the buildings are bright, especially in early childhood setting. Yeah. So this is also very important for us to think as an early childhood educator. The color scheme of our classroom, it needs to be really calming for the students. Yeah, especially when we're talking about students with special needs, some of the bright colors might be too overwhelming for them. So therefore, we need to ensure that the color is calming. Use pastel color like this brown. Yeah. And as I was asking Wulan just now, what is the color of the building of early childhood setting? And she said usually it's bright. It's similar in Malaysia also. We also use bright colors. So part of the work I do, of course, to promote awareness that bright colors may not be the color to go for. So choose of a more pastel color. Yeah. And the other thing also that we need to think about the physical environment is, of course, the lights that we use. The lights cannot be too bright because it can be really disturbing for students with autistic or ADHD. So make sure the color, the lights are also suitable for at least their eyesight to focus in our class. Yeah. Next is to create calm spaces where in most of the classroom that I what do you call that, not monitor, so what do you call that in Indonesia,
Memberi
Consult.
consult.
Yeah.
Consult.
So most of the early childhood center that I consult, I would suggest to them to at least have a space at the back where like a lounge area for the kids at least to calm themselves down. If let's say they feel everything is too overwhelming, they can just go to that corner at the back and calm themselves down. Yeah. So that's also good to have that calm spaces at the back. And then also create, what do you call that? What is this? Sorry. Personalized learning and flexibility, meaning make sure that when we're talking also about, it's like differentiated as hello. Okay. So it's like differentiated instruction as well. So make sure whatever activities that we choose for our children is suitable for all. Yeah. Sometimes when we do, kadang-kadang itu bila kita buat sesuatu aktiviti itu, kita merasakan, student yang typically developing boleh buat. Tapi at the same time kena juga memilih aktiviti yang students with special rights boleh buat. Jadi so that they can do these activities together bersama-sama, thus creating a positive environment climate. Yeah. Okay. All right. Next is, sorry, okay. Another important thing for us also in creating a positive environmental climate is also a collaboration that we have. Yeah. So this collaboration is not just with our colleagues. Of course, we can collaborate with our colleagues in how to find ways in order to make sure all the children can work together. It's also about creating collaboration with parents, with the community that we have, and also with other stakeholders. In my case, in my experience, in order to get the parents to cooperate with us, sometimes it's very hard, kan? Agak susah kadang-kadang. Jika kita mahukan ibu bapa itu bekerjasama dengan kita, kan? Agak susah, agak sukar. Jadi apa saya buat, kadang-kadang itu semasa ibu bapa itu datang ambil anak ke apa, saya akan bagi dia makanan, donat, just to have that conversation with them. And to provide an awareness to them of what is going on in our classroom. Yeah, sometimes learning is not just about the worksheet; it's also about the unreported or undocumented things that we do with our children. Yeah, and it's also important to get out the parents connected with us and understand what we're doing, because at the end of the day, they will be the one who will support our effort. Yeah. Next is family. So this one, okay, and then build a supportive network, cooperative network, just like what I told you just now, not just with our teachers, with parents as well and other stakeholders, and also ongoing professional development. So this is very important, I think, especially for us as educators, to have this professional development training. Like what you guys are having now today, this is an example of a very good professional development, yeah, where we get exposure on how to have a good, inclusive education setting, how for us to also understand how to do what you call that, differentiated instruction. So this professional development is very important because education is always an evolving process. There are so many changes and there are so many tips and things that we can learn from each other in creating an inclusive classroom setting. Yeah. Next, yeah, that's the end of my slides actually. So today what I shared with you are how do we build an inclusive and supportive environment, and then how do we do collaboration as well as practical strategies in doing collaboration. So therefore, I think, as early childhood education teachers, when you go back to your own centers later on, look around your class and think about what are the small changes that you can do. Maybe part of the small changes that you can do is first rearrange the furniture in your classroom, maybe to make it more inclusive and more area for the students to move around. Maybe that's the small changes that we can start with. Yeah. And that's it with that. I end my presentation. Thank you so much for listening. And let's all together make early childhood education a better and inclusive place. Thank you.
Wah, give a applause, big applause for Ibu Fatin ya. Fatin, okay. Please, okay. So, mau ditranslate juga? Hah? Oh, ngangguk-ngangguk. Tadi padahal sudah kombinasi itu ya. Ibu Fatin combine the English and also the Malay language that is similar with us, right? Yang sama kayak kita kan bahasanya. Jadi sebetulnya sudah presentasinya sudah sangat kaya gitu ya, richful, oke? Tapi kalau saya boleh highlight your presentation, it's very very insightful. Thank you so much because guru-guru nih, cigu-cigu ini, mereka pun harus diberikan motivasi, support, kemudian diberikan tips-tipsnya gitu ya, bagaimana mengelola kelas yang inklusi, dan itu bukan hal yang mudah. It's not easy to implement the inclusions of environment in our school, right? Bahkan Ibu Patin tadi telah memberikan beberapa kunci, key elements. Yang pertama itu ada praktik baik bagi pendidikan inklusinya ya. Praktik baiknya untuk pendidikan inklusinya. Di sekolah Anda nih, sudah menerapkan itu atau belum? Misal, ada orang tua yang bawa ibu bapak, kalau di Malaysia sebut ibu bapak ya. Ibu bapak tuh orang tua ya, teman-teman. Ibu bapak nih yang mengantarkan anaknya dengan keunikan tertentu gitu ya. Ada keunikan tertentunya dari anak atau kebutuhan khususnya. Apakah diterima di sekolah Anda? Atau Anda harus melakukan asesmen yang begitu banyak gitu? Nah, bagaimana lembaga di PAUD di tempat Anda itu mempraktekkan praktik baik untuk pendidikan inklusi? Lalu, bagaimana membuat anak-anak nyaman sesuai dengan minat, kebutuhan, kemampuannya. Terkadang beberapa guru tidak menyadari bahwa mereka ternyata memperlakukan anak itu berbeda. Berbeda dalam arti seperti yang tadi dicontohkan oleh Ibu Fatin dengan anaknya sendiri ya. Ternyata diignore sama gurunya, betul ya. Buat gurunya itu biasa-biasa saja, tapi buat anak-anak itu sangat menyakiti hatinya ya. It's so hard for his son gitu kan, because of the teacher ignoring him. Apa yang telah Anda lakukan juga terhadap anak-anak Anda? Aduh Bu Wulan, satu kelas itu ada 15 anak, satu kelas ada 10 anak. Kami nggak bisa dong memperhatikan mereka semua. Oke, but at least in one day, satu hari, Anda tetap memberikan perhatian ke anak-anak, semua anak itu ya, walaupun hanya sekedar touching or hugging, or maybe you want to say, terima kasih sudah mau bermain di sini dengan baik hari ini. Seperti itu ya. Seperti motivasi-motivasi untuk anak, award reward buat anak-anak itu sangat dibutuhkan. Lalu yang ketiga, kunci ketiga adalah sensitive cultural ya. Jadi walaupun kita berbeda-beda, tapi aktivitas kita bersama gitu. Saya pernah lihat ya, ada di sebuah sekolah yang anaknya melakukan kesalahan terus disuruh mojok gitu. Oke, itu adalah pojok hukuman gitu. Karena karena kalian tidak mematuhi peraturan. Nah, itu bukanlah sensitive cultural. Jadi walaupun berbeda-beda tetapi kegiatannya tetap sama dan semua anak dihargai kemampuannya. Saya rasa itulah poin-poinnya, karena saya takut saya malah kebanyakan conclusion ini. So we open for Q&A session. Berapa waktu yang saya masih punya, panitia? 10 minutes. 10 minutes, oke. Ada yang mau bertanya? Ya, mohon izin Prof. Sunardi masih
Masih Mbak, masih siap.
Oke, satu. Wah, ada yang paling ini bertanya. Dua deh, dua. Oke. Oke, berarti Ibu dan Abang Kemal ini. Saya tahu siapa yang. Silahkan Ibu sebut namanya, mau pakai bahasa Inggris Indonesia.
Okay, thank you for the time given to me. Let me introduce myself. I'm Destria. As of now, I'm one of the student in master degree of early childhood in UNES, as well as an early childhood educator in one of international school in Semarang. Okay, I'm interested in the topics that Ibu Jalil discussed about inclusive environment. Yes, I do agree. As an educator, we really need to believe that everyone is unique. Every kid is unique. Everyone is different. Yeah, but again, not a problem. We take this one as a challenge. So at school, we also face this challenge when we would like to get the student with the special needs. There are some challenges that we have to face, like the parents feels this is not fair for for their children because the parents assume the teacher might focus only more on the special needs student and they pay the same price. This is one challenge that we face. The other thing, because again, like Ibu Jalil said about the lack of training that the teacher get, it becomes another challenge. Yes, we would like to help, but we are not trained enough to educate the special need children. So we also find challenges when we are teaching these kids in the classroom because we don't know what kind of approach that is proper for these kids. Because again, with the what the one doesn't fit all, so we should know their learning style. So again, I would like to ask here, what do you think? What should we do as an educator when we find this challenge from the parents that they are not ready to be in inclusive environment? Yes, we start to give the parenting, but it's also not easy because again, to change the mindset of the parents, it really takes time. So when we get these students, sometimes it becomes another challenge because it becomes another consideration for them when they are going to enroll the kids in our school.
That's your point. Okay.
Yes, that's
Okay.
all. Ibu Jali. Ibu Fatin, sorry. Ibu Fatin. What's it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Ibu Fat-
Ibu Fatin. Yeah, this question is addressed to Ibu Fatin. Yes, thank you so much for the time.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Gampang.
So I know the audience. Yes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Taufik Mamolatin, and I'm from 12 Senior High School, Semarang. I am very interesting with the presented by Mr. Fatin. That stated in Malaysia, all schools must apply zero rejection to students with a special need. My question is, how a teacher can teach in a class where there are many children and one of the children with a special needs, while the teacher also has the pressure targets in a material, because as I have seen so far for teachers who teach in Indonesia itself, they also feel pressure by the independent curriculums, such as we call it curriculum merdeka.
Sebetulnya suaranya
How the teacher teach the students in the classroom, and one student is with special needs, and at the same times the teacher feel a pressure because the target of materials.
Okay.
Di bawah tekanan. Oke, terima kasih.
Yeah. Uh,
Fatin.
Ibu Fatin.
Mrs.
So you, mohon maaf ya Prof ya, ini bertanya dengan, ya, atau Prof ada pandangan lain Prof? Halo Prof? Saya harusnya melihat ke sana.
Ya, gimana Mbak?
Prof, mungkin ada dari pertanyaan peserta ini, ada yang menanyakan challenging-nya, the
Okay.
challenge for inclusion education is lack of facilities and support for government also. Parents, sorry, support for parents. Karena ada isu-isu kultural nih, Prof. Apa orang tuanya itu suka keberatan kalau di dalam kelasnya itu ada anak berkebutuhan khusus. Mungkin Prof bisa memberikan semacam apa ya, positif motivasi gitu.
Baik, terima kasih Mbak Wulan, thank you. Ini dalam kan hadirinnya bahasa Indonesia paham ya?
Inggris bahasa Indonesia paham, Prof.
Begini, daripada bahasa Inggris bingung, saya toh bahasa Indonesia semua kan pertanyaannya pendek saja ya. Baik Ibu apa tadi yang dari International School tadi dan Mas Muhammad ya. Jadi untuk inclusion in Indonesia itu sekarang sudah kuat dasarnya. Pertama, kebijakan kurikulum merdeka. Itu kan pembelajaran bervariasi, kemudian pembelajaran multi kurikulum dan sebagainya. Itu kan sekaligus ada kebijakan zonasi. Dengan zonasi, itu kan every child can go to any school he wants. Jadi kalau di RT itu ada anak lahir tunanetra, sekolah terdekat harus mau menerima. Nah, dengan kebijakan ini, kemudian otomatis sekolah itu kan menjadi inklusif. Kalau tahun 2003, teman-teman, 2003 itu ada yang namanya sampel sekolah inklusif. Setiap kabupaten harus ada sampel contoh SMA, SMP, SMK. Sekarang ini tidak ada sampel, semua sekolah adalah sekolah inklusif, so must be ready to become include schools dengan kebijakan zonasi bahwa tiap orang boleh sekolah terdekat, lalu kurikulum merdeka, itu kan juga dengan variasi metode. Lalu juga terakhir 2023 ini ada peraturan pemerintah tentang akomodasi yang layak bagi penyandang disabilitas di semua lembaga pendidikan. Itu otomatis setiap sekolah harus layak, baik dari ada yang namanya physical accessibility, ada academic accessibility. Nah, dan physical ini kan pembangunan kampus sekolah menjadi accessible. Lalu yang akademik ini kan pelatihan guru, kesiapan guru. Nah, untuk guru-guru ini baru aja diterbitkan Dirjen GTK. Dirjen GTK itu ketentuan bahwa karena tiap sekolah itu wajib ada GPK namanya. Kalau di istilah Brunei tadi Sena, kita GPK. Guru pendidikan khusus ya, itu nanti akan diangkat di mungkin setiap berapa sekolah satu orang guru ya, begitu Mbak. Pengayem-ayem saya kepada teman-teman di lapangan, tapi sambil berjalan ya, saat ini mungkin masih agak lama, tapi sambil berjalan karena aturan ada dan ini gerakan internasional, itu saya optimis akan berjalan. Itu Mbak Ulan, mudah-mudahan ayem.
Silakan Ibu Fatin.
Okay, so let me first address the first question. It's about the challenges that we get from the parents on when we want to implement this inclusive education in our class. I'm not denying the fact that it's easy to have. Okay, it looks very good on paper to have inclusive education, but the challenges only as the educators feel it, yeah, and especially when we try to convince the parents. So one of the initiative that we took in order to create this awareness in our parents is we have allocated a day, which is called a day in our shoes, in which we invite the parents to come to school, and we do a teaching and learning activity, meaning we teach the parents so that the parents could experience how does it feel like to be in an inclusive setting. So we call it a day in our shoes. So from there, so we started to see some positive effects when we have that day. Of course, we cannot convince 100% all the parents, but at least there's like 70% of awareness among parents. I think 70% is good enough, yeah, as we move towards more understanding from the parents. And the other thing is that because I believe the number of children in one class is also quite huge, yeah. So in Malaysia, maximum 25. So part of the initiative that we take is we hire an assistant teacher to assist because it requires funding. We managed to do that in private schools, but in public school, we are still trying to factor the budget, of course. And the other thing is that in some private schools, some parents with special needs even took the initiative to hire a teacher just to monitor the child in that class. So we call it shadow teacher. So there's a shadow teacher, a teacher that will shadow the child. So that's the best that we could do in order to cater for this inclusivity so that everyone would feel included when doing the activities with the help of these extra hands. Yeah. And the second question, I'm not really sure, but is it about the zero reject policy and how teachers zero reject policy and how teachers could handle it? Okay. So again, I think I'm going to reiterate the answer to, it's like similar to the first question. My answer will be like, of course, we need to have, if possible, we need to have extra hands helping. It's not easy to have an inclusive classroom with 25 children without an extra helping hand. But what we can do at this point, because of course, to have a policy imposed will take a long time. What we can do now maybe take step by step. We can start first by, grouping these children into small groups. And from there, try to find their strength, their similarities that they could, and also find activities that they can do together. So do not find activities that is too hard for the typically developing children and the special rights children to complete. Find activities that both any type of children can have the ability to complete, because it's also about building their positive emotion. It's also about building their confidence, and also it's about again building the connection with each other.
Thank you so much. Is it clear, Abang Kemal? Yeah, okay. Thank you, Ibu Fatin. Thank you, Prof. Sunardi. Thank you, Prof. We give a big
Sama-sama. Baik, terima kasih sama-sama.
few of excellent speakers for this session. And that's all for today, because we want to get lunch, right? Udah lapar belum? Oke, karena kita akan break untuk Isoma, dan saya kembalikan ke presenter. Sekali lagi, berikan applause yang sangat luar biasa untuk pembicara kita hari ini. Iya, saya kembalikan ke MC.
Okay, thank you so much for all the speakers and our moderator for the engaging session. Thank you so much. Please remain on the stage because we kindly invite Dr. Dewanti to join us on the stage. Because it's now time to give a placard and certificate of appreciations. We kindly invite Dr. Dewanti. Okay. All right. So this placard and certification of agreement, certificate of appreciations is for all the speakers, for Dr. Fatin Aliana Muhammad Razdi and Professor Dr. Sunardi MSc, who join us online. All right, thank you so much. And there is a certificate of appreciation that has been shown on the screen for Professor Dr. Sunardi MSc.
Terima kasih, terima kasih.
So much. And we're also going to give the merchandise for the attendees who participate actively for the session. So this merchandise comes from Batik Tulis Lasem Bunga Sejati Bumulyati, and from Prenada Media. So if you're interested, you can view and grab some of their product in front of this ballroom. And also, thank you so much for Batik Markarya as well. All right, so thank you so much. As we have gathered valuable insights so far, it's now time for a lunch break. So lunch is already served outside the ballroom and the right side here over there. And please enjoy the lunch. And please do return promptly at 1:15 on the 15th floor. So it's one floor above this ballroom. So please do gather promptly on the 15th floor at 1:15. Okay, because we will have a parallel session after this. Okay, thank you so much. And the parallel session will be start sharp at 1:15, and then will be ended at 2:30. Jadi Bapak Ibu silahkan untuk lunch break. Lunch breaknya sudah dipersiapkan di sebelah sini di samping ballroom. Kemudian pukul 1:15 silahkan Bapak Ibu berkumpul di lantai 15 untuk memulai parallel session. Pembagian ruang parallel station, Bapak Ibu bisa cek di depan pintu masuk utama and the main entrance. You can check for your room. And then ada juga di sebelah kanan di depan lift ada pembagian ruang untuk parallel station. Bapak Ibu bisa cek di sana. Kemudian pukul 1:04 silahkan langsung menuju ke lantai 15. Terima kasih.